All right. Here. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's that time once again. Yes, sirree. It's the Weekly Test Wednesday. Day in America. Great. Jared Ferguson got me this idea. Well, I got the inspiration. I've been watching too much of NBG in recent days. Well, especially looking back at Monopoly and all that other stuff while we were away. That's what inspired me to do this whole night or day in America thing that Turd Ferguson uses at the beginning of NVG broadcasts or stuff like that. But anyway, we are ready to get this extravaganza started here. But before we do that, we have a few more bits of business to take care of. I got Tom Ben News already ready to go, but I muted it for the time being so that we can go through. I've already gone through the process of collecting all the stuff, getting ready for the day, and I just had a little something to, yeah, a little something to keep me filled. So that way I'm not starving in the middle of all this. And I keep forgetting to turn my main light to green. There we go. Okay, so here we go. And then I got to go through all this other stuff too, and that's what we're gonna do next here. And then we'll talk about last night before we go any further. Before we go into the main editing process. And ooh, Drewy, that would have been nice if it was a word, but it's not. Hmm. Error file cannot be played. Try again. Try again. Oh, well, yeah, I came up with the. Um, it's not tower. How perfect, because, yeah, we just had the. Well, I'll talk about it. I forget. That favorite episode of mine and that favorite scene already passed anyway. Well, it's okay. All right, so I'm sure you all would like to know what happened over the last, I guess, 36 hours. Well, almost 36 hours since we were last with you. I'll be more than happy to explain. So first, let's first start with Monday night after we left. Well, we did leave, well, a little bit in time, well, with about an hour to spare before NVG's edition of Monopoly started. So, and then, of course, I did talk to this guy right here. Did talk to this guy for about an hour or so um, before the show, and even like right after the opening and stuff. So, and then also during that show, guest Monday, if you all may recall, I talked about how we're planning. I'm planning another rope ending adventure at the Landmark Inn, but also I have something else to talk about, and it's regarding this Saturday. So I'll explain at once we get through the main sections here. So that was Monday night, going into Tuesday morning. And then yesterday, that's the thing. So, of course, I did all the tapings and all that stuff. Now, because of my father's curriculum night last night at his school, our taping session was cut an hour short yesterday because I normally take it up till 4:30, but I actually cut it short. Yeah, I had to cut it short, unfortunately. But I still did get a decent amount of content out of it. So 53 out of 260 Sorry episodes on my list have been made, along with 68 out of 200 of the Wheel of Fortune episodes. In addition to that, I have also finished editing and creating the final instances of the episodes that will be released over the course of the holiday season. Now, those will come into play later. So, following that short taping session, had some left, had like another round of meatloaf for dinner that night, and yesterday before departing for class, and then actually attended the evening class, which this week it was on working in the command line in both Windows and Linux, and in typical Cybit fashion, I did the labs before the other students did, but since my father was away much longer for the curriculum night, as I said, I was thinking, why don't I just stick around and, just mess around with the Windows 11 VM I have? Not the Pro Education one for the lab, the vanilla copy of Windows Pro that I set up with the latest version on it. Just for my doings. When I feel like it. But now the only other thing then is the discussion. I believe it was on Kali Linux, but just like last week, I'm gonna take care of it first thing tomorrow. First thing tomorrow after I get up from the show. But there was something that, well, now, an instructor of that class during the in-person lecture, he told me that my real last name, which of course I will not say on the air, my real last name was close to the name of an actual brewing company. I'm not kidding. That's literally what he said. That's literally what he said to me right in front of the class. I did not know that. I mean, that's interesting. I did not know I had a last name that was close to a brewing company. But that's good to know. Anyway. But yeah, that's good to know. 60 months? Did Wordle on the first try? Yeah. Nice. First, like it when you get it done on first go. I have not been able to do it on the first try at all. Yep, that's the school bus. School's back in session. The summer's pretty much over. It totally feels like it out there because it's already feeling like fall. It was like what, low 70s for a high yesterday, and now it's only in the upper 70s today. So yeah. At least we get some relief from the heat, the summer heat that Nani typically enjoys. But that's well. So, so then, in addition to rendering all of those Sorry episodes, I revised and finalized the intro sequence for next year, which will be utilized on the Sorry episodes following the holiday specials, as well as the end of and the beginning of a majority of our programs. However, as for Wheel of Fortune, that's not going to start till March because episodes 1 through 100 were taped much earlier, before the name change was even considered. So the branding will appear about a couple months after, around episode 101, which was when we started this whole taping thing. Now I'm still debating as to whether or not we will make the holiday sequence, or wait on Wheel of Fortune until we get to the holiday intro, or just continue with it as it is until January 26th. So I'm thinking 300 episodes is probably a little too extreme, but at least that'll leave a few of them in post production for a good while. But then, in addition, I also finally got around to creating my own version of the doors are about to close. Yeah, it's my own compilation of the door closing messages from when we started going downtown in Downers Grove. I've not decided as whether or not I'm going to release it to my channel. I'll probably let you folks decide if you'd like to see if you would like to see it on my channel or not. I want to hear your opinion. So yeah, I finalized those intros. I also created that little thing in time for the Buried Enright Cup so-called finale. But it wasn't really the end. Because they actually announced something else too.
Count them 5 letters in this week's Name It and Claim It Scramble game. Listen up, listen close, and listen carefully as I read these to you. You have to unscramble the window of proper word in order to win. So listen. M as in Mario. A as in Arlene. R as in Randy. L as in Lola. And A as in Apple. One more time with those letters. M.
The name of it Scramble word game. Ramal? Yeah, that's the best word I can think of with those. I don't even think it's a word, but whatever. Okay. Alright. So yeah. Then after all that last night, I watched live the final 3 rounds of the Tower Terror tournament of the Barian and Enright Cup. And then at the end, they announced that they're going to be doing a bonus. They're going to be doing a bonus game, a bonus episode next week, which will actually be. They're actually splitting it into teams of 3. I heard they'll be splitting it into teams of 3, and they'll be facing off in Hot Potato. But that's not a favorite of mine. But you know what? I'll still tune in anyway because this is the finale. Because that would be the finale of the whole thing. And then the winner, um, and I heard they're considering a million bucks, but we'll all right. Oh, Did I not cut this part off? Oh, good thing I did. Good thing I remembered.
This is only a test.
And I'll just throw that right in between.
This is WSPC Albemarle. This is a test of the emergency alert system.
So yeah, I'm piecing everything together from last night. Oh yeah, I was up till like 1:45 a.m. watching the finale of the Barry and Red Cup, and unlike last week, everyone was able to do their respective matches this time, which is great. So, so this is exciting. That's interesting. They're gonna do hot potato and that to officially put the nail in the coffin on it. So that probably tells me we're getting even closer now to the beginning of Sorry again. Well, my Sorry is already going. Their Sorry, oh man, it's like we're it's like we're in a frantic race against. It's like we're in a frantic race against the clock to try to get that show caught up, or as caught up as we can, as quickly as possible. But I don't think we're going to be able to reach that point. We might not be able to reach that point in time. But furthermore, I want to try to get as many of these shows caught up as possible. So that way, then I'm ready when the time that Pictionary and all that other stuff ends up returning for another season. I want to be ready by the time that happens. Which will be, I believe, in a matter of weeks now. Although I have not seen any official announcements anywhere on those websites of each of those shows as to a September return date. I had not seen anything like that as of yet, but I know it's coming. Yeah, I'm going ahead and putting everything in. So okay. So yeah, I stayed up for the Varian Interact Cup finale last night, and that was really it at that point. But I mean, I've seen this guy online many, many times last night that I was debating on hitting the call button, but ultimately I decided not to. And it kind of goes well with a sort of, um, I don't know,
Air. Area.
sort of promise, whatever. Because I just remembered that, he's as busy as ever. But I remember he said that Tuesday and Wednesday he's normally off from his job or whatever. Or maybe he had a bunch of other things going on last night that he couldn't find time to talk. I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to talk to me by the time we go crazy with talking Ginger, talking Tom and Ben, and all that stuff. Oh, speaking of you, Tom King, Tom and Ben, how are you all doing?
Oh, speaking of you, Tom.
I'll take that as a good. But yeah, I didn't want to disturb the Lembine's sleep. And good thing I put that into consideration when I was debating if I was going to call him again or not. Call him or not. But he was he was chatting in my general, even at the end of the fall taping cycle. Well, at least I guess it'll count as that. Maybe that's why. So that's all right. That's all right. If he can't find a time to talk with me, that's fine. You know, of course we could do it another day. That's the thing. That's a whole lot better than. That's a whole lot better than. That's a whole lot better than trying to actually try to start a voice call with him at the stroke of, at like 2 in the morning when he's fast asleep, or he's fast asleep at like 12 midnight, and then he says he's too late for one. So it's so yeah, I guess other than that, that's really everything that happened. That's really everything that happened then last night. Oh, did it come up with the accessories not supported error? I'm guessing it did. Yeah, that's Arizona. That's what it was. So I'm gonna finish putting all this stuff in, and then we'll, and then we'll get ready for the main attraction here. 620. Oh, actually, I realized I actually already got that Spectrum. So, Spectrum is next. 2020 is needed. As an ending at 2:35 a.m. And this is a test at 2:36 a.m. After a contact lens appointment. Okay. Well, depending on when that appointment. Well, depending on when that appointment of yours is at, he actually could be able to get his NWS Weekly today. Well, that is if he even has the proper equipment to do so. Because I heard a few are already quitting. I heard a few are already quitting to. I heard a few are quitting capturing the NWS Weekly. But then this week we actually have a returning office. We have Winnebago, North Carolina is finally back up in a stream format after God knows how long it's been now. And now we can finally get the NWS movie to test again. And last week I didn't even know if Burlington, Vermont even did their test or not. I had it going on the other machine, and I probably couldn't hear it because of all this other pieces of racket going at the same time. So this time I'm gonna have Burlington on a different PC, and we'll see if that makes a difference. And we're gonna see if it makes a difference. So while I'm at it too, in fact we're nearly at the end because now I'm on because all I'm on now is Cox and Comcast. Got Comcast. And that's the name and claim it scrambled word game. WHIZ. Okay, that's all of that stuff. Now I just need to scroll to the 2 a.m. hour and deal with Verizon. And I just realized I made a silly mistake. I had VHO 404 open twice. I did not know about it. I just wanted to finish up the Barry Enright Cup and go to bed. There we go. And then 402. And then once we have everything in place, I'll explain about something else I was told too. All right, now we're on Cox. Cox Communications. $2:47 a.m.
This is the emergency alert system.
This one was at 3:44. It said.
The emergency alert system.
4:46 was the time.
This is
4:47. And this is 4:46. Yep, 4:46, 4:47. So, 4:57. Right. Okay, there we go. And this collection of Comcasts is the very last one. The very last thing that we need to do. Oh, did I take care of Henry and Houston already? I did. Okay, so you can just go ahead and move right along. 3:01 a.m. I'm not sure if that's Central Time or Eastern Time. Well, I can go back on here and look. That's yesterday. 2:02 a.m. Okay, so now I just got to remember how it all went from there. So. And I can look at the Verizon times too, so that way I can get an understanding as to when each of these were. So this one goes right in between 4:3 and 4:5. And this one does too. We'll stay there. And this one's 3:07. This one was 3:15 a.m. So that's in the right spot. 3:40. This one was 4:05. It's right there. Oh, it's that time, isn't it? And I'll get WETA going in a moment. Wonder where Dimitri's at today. I think he's here, but maybe he's talking with somebody else right now.
CRTV conducts a test every Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, an optional second test at random times throughout the week. This concludes this required weekly test of the emergency system.
And I've yet to change the background on this, but I will do that again once we're caught up here. Okay. So 4:24, I'm assuming, is the timestamp. Yep, 4:29. $4.42. 4:55. I'm pretty sure that's Central Time. So that goes right there. And we're at the end, nearly. This one belongs at 5:06. And then this one is 5:37. 653. And 553. All right. Well, we're actually, yeah, we're all set then, and just in time too, because Mobile's doing their tests right now. Go ahead and get this guy ready. Minimize all this unnecessary stuff here, and get these started. All right. Well, no opening from Bill Bukowski. That's a bit disappointing. But on the flip side, we're all caught up with everything now. And now the time has come to get all of this other stuff started. Wait, those widgets aren't even displaying the correct information. There's no baseball games going on right now. These widgets are all wrong. At least I can pull it up. Or try trying to get everything situated since it just booted. It's probably still trying to load. We'll give it as much time as it needs. While we wait for that, let's get all of this going. Alright, it's just this computer, not my main system. Let's try this. See if it can retrieve a connection. Well, there are certain times that maybe a simple restart can fix something. Well, let's try it and see what that does. And while we wait, let's go ahead and get the stuff set up on here. Yeah, let's get it all situated on here while we wait. And yeah, that was sort of the issue we had with the Insider machine. But no, it actually was because it green screened. Yes, I say green screened because it's on the Insider program. Because it's on the Insider program and not a stable channel.
In 2080, yesterday's low temperature of 76 degrees occurred at 6:43 a.m.
Wow. San Antonio sounds even better. Sounds even better than it did before. I'm impressed.
This is 1.55 inches below the normal amount of 1.61 inches for August. The total precipitation is now near plus 20.43 inches, which is 0.18 inches above normal. The record high for today is 106, which occurred in 2011, and the record low is 62, which occurred.
All right, any response now?
Sunrise today at 7:09 a.m. and sunset is at 8:01 p.m.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since this thing had some sort of fault with the Wi-Fi card. Well, I mean, you don't know what you're gonna get. This is HP. Some call it horrible product. Probably for cheap parts or bad specs or whatever. I guess I could call it that for bad specs. I mean, I originally had 8 gigabytes of RAM in this thing. I threw another 8 gigabytes in there, and now it's powerful. Now it's more powerful than it was before. So now it has 16 gigabytes of memory instead of 8, which is really nice. And that's sort of like my standard with these modern versions of Windows now. Is I prefer more than 10 gigabytes of memory in each of them. Oh, of course, WBGM, the little rascals. The little rascals.
Sunny skies, 70 degrees. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's Prague Symphony, number 38 in B. Played here by the Amsterdam Bowling Orchestra, direction from the Copeland.
Yeah, it's gonna be 77 today. Read this. This supposed to get to 79 tomorrow, and then it's gonna drop again to 73. But then Saturday, the 30th, it looks like it's going to be very pleasant for that little festival that we were going to be visiting. Now that's actually what I was just going to talk about here before I ventured off into something else. I better keep this on the side for when Jacksonville does their test. All right. But yeah, this is what I was looking at on Monday night on another screen, but I thought I'd be more than happy to show you on here. This is where I'm looking to have lunch on the weekend of my birthday before we visit the parking. This is the Landmark Inn Bar and Grill in downtown Northbrook. You can tell why I chose this place. I have never watched trains off this line before, so this will be a first for me. And I'd like to try and get the outdoor seating so that way, I can hear when one is coming and whatnot. Yeah, so I can hear when one's approaching. Here's when they did a live band a few years ago. Here's the task manager.
Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone.
Yay, Pine City's back. We've waited forever. And hopefully Fort Worth actually will do their test this week.
The normal warning tone, which alerts all alertable NOAA weather radios in range of this broadcast. Same allows people with ASAME equipped weather radio to be notified of watches and or warnings affecting only the county desired. For more information regarding NOAA weather radio, contact the National Weather Service at 13701 Fang Drive, Jacksonville, Florida, 32218, or call 1-904-741-4370. You can also visit our website at weather.gov/jacks. This concludes the weekly test of NOAA weather radio station West North G522.
Alright, so now we know we need to change the URL for Green Bay this week. Alright, let's continue now. So there's the indoor band.
This is the national.
Wow, that got it perfect. Very nice.
Authorities have issued a required weekly test for all New Jersey beginning at 10:15 a.m. and ending at 12:15 p.m. The New Jersey Office of Emergency Management is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. At this been an actual emergency, the attention signal you have just reached will have by official information or instructions. This concludes the test of the emergency alert system.
Oh yeah, we're going to be seeing more iPOS tests over the coming minutes. So yeah, I'll show you further its close proximity to the railroad. I'll show you. Here's the main entrance. There's the railroad. Right there. That's how close it is. Yeah, there used to be a mechanical bell here, but there isn't now. Another one of these e-bells. And no, this is not the This is not the kind of Siemens E-Bell I'm used to. This one's actually a higher pitch. This one's actually of a higher pitch. And of course it's faster too. It's a faster E-Bell as well. So there's this side of the crossing. And this is about 15 minutes away from the main attraction. So if we continue down the road, this is where we're planning on visiting. Right here. It's called Parking Skill Golf. And I have also... Oh, here we go. Here's the place. There we go. And in addition to that, I'm also still debating on whether I should make another video of I-294 going north, considering that if we want to go to the Landmark Inn, I know it opens at 11, but I'll just do directions. So if we do 294, well, we're not going to take we're not going to be taking the entirety of it. Well, the faster route shows us taking I-55, or taking 55 to 355, and then 294. So essentially a tollways to O'Hare style maneuver. But anyway, this weekend, the main event is right here at Beecher Center. This park. And here are some pictures of it from last year. I actually did take quite a good look at each of the features here of this park. We can see there is a playground similar to the one at Montgomery, but this one actually looks to be a bit more interesting. Is there some, I don't know, Connect 4 type game? Use that thing. But yeah, I'm gonna be too old for that structure. So I'll probably just spend my time on the swings there instead. Now this is because, now just like with Montgomery Fest earlier this month, my parents offered me to come with them. But if you remember, with Montgomery Fest, we didn't have any. We didn't have any. We didn't have. We had very bad luck. We had bad luck because the fest was actually called off early, so we were only there for like what, an hour, 15 minutes. Yeah, an hour, 15. Yeah, I think we were only there for like 15, 20 minutes. And you may remember I showed you that little spinny thing on that playground that was at that same park. But this one's going to be a much different tribute band. It's not going to be Billy Joel, it's going to be somebody else. It's going to be some other band. But from what the weather looks like, it looks like we're going to have much better luck this time than it was previously. But this time, everything is going to be closer together. We are actually planning on having dinner here at Salerno's Red Hots, and I actually looked at the menu of this place last night. So yeah, here we go. We can click view menu, but it says close until 11:15. But we can just change it to pick up, and then there we go. We can see the menu from here. So yeah, here's what they got. Now this is the one my mother really wants, the fresh cut fries. These are actually, I believe, the same French fries that Jody's has. And of course there's no burgers here, it's just hot dogs. But you know, hot dogs are another one of my favorites too, so yeah, I would be more than happy to get a hot dog. I mean, that's really what this is about. You know, I'd be more than happy to get a hot dog. So this is the Chicago style. But the one I'm looking to go for is this right here, Jumbo Dog. At this one, I'll probably just ask for mustard and, you know, just ask for mustard and nothing more. But as for hot dogs, I believe the cooking time, I believe, of them are going to be much faster because I mean the bun, the ingredients are already ready. Like 2/3 of the order are already ready by the time it's set. So then we probably wouldn't have to wait that long, you know, before our food even, you know, gets to us. So this is what I'm looking to get, the jumbo dog. In fact, it's like a larger kind of hot dog. But then of course these are the beverages they offer to your cart. That's what this one is for. This one's just bottled water, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they got. So I'll probably just ask for that. So my meal would be comprised of bottled water, fries, and that jumbo dog. And then we're gonna head to that festival, which is, of course, not too far down the road. That's how close the two places are together, which is pretty interesting. And just like with Montgomery, unfortunately, we're going to be too far from the Mendota subdivision, so no Rail Fanning compilation out of Yorkville. But like I said, a Rail Fanning compilation of Northbrook is coming. It is coming, but it's going to be a little bit longer before we get to that point. So just hang in there, folks. It's coming, I promise. It's coming. But either way, that one is gonna last. Let's see. I heard that concert actually goes from 7 to 10. So, I think if I remember, I made a promise. I said that if we were not able to do the games on Saturday, if something comes up on such short notice for whatever reason, then we would just take Roblox off the schedule, and we'll just play the Saturday games instead. Which is what we're going to do this Sunday instead of Roblox. Or we could do the Saturday games, and then we could play some Roblox Arcade with whatever time is left after that. I think that sounds like a better idea. Just play the Saturday games, then whatever time remains, we'll do the Roblox show, you know, after it, but in a very short fashion. I think that makes perfect sense. Because I wasn't expecting it. Or we could do the Saturday games on Friday, you know, at like 12 noon or such, you know, get them done before the main event. But here's the problem. with Fridays, I'll be in the middle of taping episodes of my shows, which of course would not be convenient. So that's why I've decided. So here's the plan. Now with this considered. The county requests and the Street View video will both continue. Will continue to be created and released at their usual time. And then on Sunday, we'll do all our Saturday games. From the very start. So, listen to Wait, Don't Tell Me, then have lunch, then come back up here and play our Saturday games. Of course, in the usual order. Game of Life, Play 18, and then, of course, Wait Sorry, and then Wait Sorry Strategy following it. After that, we'll use whatever time is left and play both Cornerstone and Arcade Island on Roblox, and then whatever time is remaining after that, leading up to KDKA, then we'll find some other games to fill in the remaining space of the time. Then of course KDK, and then after that Ticket to Ride. So that's how Sunday is gonna go now with these updated plans in mind. So now with this updated consideration in mind. So hopefully we actually get to see a concert this time, unlike last time. At least I hope we do. So yeah, that is as I said, what I'm hoping for. Since we do have about half an hour before all this begins, we can just and I'm already kind of thinking, about a sort of a new house at some point. Maybe one of these, but not going to get like a good view of the Mendota subdivision or anything because of all the trees in the way. Or I could from like above, but I mean it'd be nice, and then I could see the Southwest Chief in Mendota. I could see the Southwest Chief in California Zephyr pretty much all the pretty much every day. It'd be in the afternoon, then I wouldn't have to check in on those other ones as much. I'll have to see which of these options are cheaper. Well, when it comes to finding, sort of my, sort of a first home. So there's when these towers become these towers. Yeah. I am still pretty disappointed that I didn't get to, enjoy that concert, but at least we made good use of our, ride home and, sort of made up for it. Speaking of making things up, although it's only been like an hour or so since I've been up, I am kind of still trying to stay awake here. Because, like I said, I did not get much sleep last night that I normally do because of how long the Buried Enright Cup lasted. Now, anyway, tonight, because we missed the 1% Club live last night on Fox, what we're going to do is we're going to, just like we did last week, And so, just like we did last week, we're going to take care of it an hour before Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Match Game this evening over on NBC. No, over on ABC. What the hell am I saying? What the hell am I not what I'm saying? I meant to say ABC, not NBC. Like, no, you don't find those shows on NBC. If only. An extra for later. Alright. So, we got all 5 machines ready to go, but we just have to get all the clips, all the stations rather, in their places. So that's the only other thing we have yet to do then, and we're going to get to that in a bit. Oh yeah. I've never had Salerno's Red Hots before. It's only the first time that we're going to be actually giving that place a try, so we'll see how good that place actually is. Considering I haven't been exclusively to a hot dog place in, oh my god, God knows how long it's been. I guess it's been a very long time since I've last been to a hot dog place of any sort. The last hot dog place I can think of was that Doggy Diner that used to be off of Route 59 and whatever that other road is near the high school. One of the high schools. Or Plainfield Central, I guess I should say. Because there's a Plainfield North, there's a Plainfield South, there's a Plainfield East. There isn't a Plainfield West, though. If only. At least that's what I remember. But, nevertheless. So, yeah, that was what I remember. But then we were talking about, and then my father was talking about a hot dog place that used to reside off of 87th Street in Cicero, near one of my relatives. Which, of course, when I hear him say that's now a dangerous intersection. Because there's like 2 roadways with like 3 lanes of traffic going each direction. Yeah, Cicero is 3 lanes, 87th is 3 lanes. It's crazy. And of course, you all know how crazy that is if you saw my Street View video episode on 87th Street from like 22. I also saw there's a few partially blocked claims on a few of my Street View episodes, and I'm looking to remake the episode from scratch. So I'm actually looking to remake the episode completely from scratch, but also utilize different music. So for Golf Road, not only am I going to reproduce the whole thing by starting from Elgin instead of Schaumburg, but make use of the 3rd variant of Phenomena in the place of that One Republic song that I apparently was obsessed with when I created that video of Golf Road initially. But it's worldwide events that have, changed everything, and I've looped that song like 50 zillion times in that video, and yeah, it was quite bad. So yeah, maybe if we change it to Phenomena 3, now that I enjoyed that over it, that I think would be much better. And I-80, I found a completely different song for that one, so. Well, I-80 going westbound. Because 80 eastbound has already been remastered. We just need to remaster westbound now. And I'm thinking either we'll do the same thing with that and take it all the way to Iowa, or we'll just remain within the northeast section of Illinois. I haven't thought of anything yet, but the plan was just brought under consideration, so. 20 years since Katrina. A Vizio tablet. Let the CO100 decide. And I see there were some real funny things from Franklin Park. Oh, this was during the Railroad Days event. I was thinking, why did we not go to Franklin Park? But you know what? It's all right. Even if we didn't get to do Franklin Park, that was okay because Rochelle was more exciting than this. As Rochelle was more exciting than this one was, so. Because I mean, with all the bells, ringing on the crossings at once, it would be quite hard to, even determine like which crossing, like what train is coming and whatnot. But at least it's a horn zone, so I guess at least that did provide some help in some way. But like I said, I chose to pass on Franklin Park, but it's all right. As like I said, Rochelle was the best one out of all of them.
Heroes and villains. It's all here in the thunderous second chapter of Richard Wagner's Ring Cycle, Die Valkyrie. We head to the Royal Opera House for an all-star Wagnerian cast with conductor Antonio Paperno. It's Wagner's Die Valkyrie from London. I'm Lisa Flynn, and I hope you'll be listening. Saturday afternoon at 1 here on WPTA Classical.
The Symphony by Hector Berlioz, the Symphonie Fantastique coming up, and a little after 12, Robert Schumann's Rhenish Symphony 2. Up next, it's a concerto for violin and orchestra, a very lyrical one by a violinist, conductor, and composer by the name of Louis Spohr from his 18 or 15 violin concertos. A standout is number 8, a concerto in A minor that he subtitled In the Form of a Vocal Scene. Hilary Hahn is the soloist here. The Swedish Radio Symphony Orchestra is conducted by A.G. Boyd.
All right, just check the space on the device, and it is good to go. Now we just got to get the stations on these things here, so let's do that. I'll move this over here so that way you can see if whenever Rochester, Minnesota decides to do their iPause weekly. We'll go by one computer at a time. Alright, so we'll do Albany, New York. Remember how this usually goes. So Amarillo. DC. Here we go. All right. Somebody better, but somebody please get Marquette back up on the air. Hopefully, someday. Anyway, moving on. Syracuse. In fact, I actually know the order by heart on these, but I just want to be sure that we're doing this correctly. So, Toledo, Ohio. This would be Miami. Now, over here, where Melbourne would usually be, we're going to put Burlington in this place instead. And of course, there's a reason why I mentioned that. It was because I couldn't even hear Burlington do their weekly this week. So I'm going to try them on here and see if that makes a difference. So as a result, Melbourne will be going over here instead. Let's see if I remember what the order was. And if you also remember last week, Fort Worth didn't do their weekly for the second week in a row. So let's hope they actually will be able to do it this week, because I don't see anything like too severe in that area. But we'll see what happens. So what usually goes here? Let's put Ashland there. And by the way, everybody should be able to do their tests, because there's only a general risk for majority of the nation. There's only a small marginal in Colorado, but otherwise this should be good enough for everybody else to get their tests done. So unless something comes up by surprise. Like if you remember what happened with Raleigh and Wakefield, for instance, last week, you may remember that actually Wakefield in the first week, Wakefield still did their test despite a flash flood warning that was literally active. The second week, Raleigh tested right after a flash flood warning. And then the third week, Wakefield still tested despite a tropical storm warning being active. Didn't we just hear from that station yesterday? Didn't we hear from that station yesterday? Or is that completely different? Yeah, it's completely different. Alright. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's finish setting up. Does New York City work? Yes, it does. Columbus, Ohio. And since Wilmington is back, we're going to put that in its place on that screen. Does Garner work? Still no. What the? All right, we're going to do Chapel Hill again. Oh, that shit again. Damn it, Fargo's invading everything again. And I've already put in the Eastern Seaboard. Alright. Let's go ahead and quickly restart this. Make sure I saved the config document. Yes, I did. Okay. Alright, let's run through all the... Oh gosh. Goodness, having lots of issues today, aren't we?
Test emergency alert system. This is only a test.
There was the same station that went yesterday.
The emergency This is a test. The emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Okay. That is actually going to entirely replace the JKZ test that was there before. Okay. Now, let's check everything else and make sure everything's in place. I've rebooted the station, so we're already good to go. And Tom and Ben, we'll see you both later. Okay. Let's run down everything. So we got DC, we got Binghamton, we got Boston ready, Buffalo's ready, Burlington over here is ready. We can go through the other ones. Okay, we're gonna have to find something to take that spot. Charlotte doesn't work. What the heck? Why is Charlotte still not working? That's odd. Alright, well, we're gonna switch it out with WSJ21 again. Alright, there we go, fixed it. Alright. We should be good now with that. But then we gotta finish setting up over here, don't we? South Bend work, yes. Tampa. You know what? Let's change out the URL for, or do I still have it already in there? Where do I have it as? 44656 IG. Okay. Alright, that'll do. That'll do for Newport. Let's continue with everything else. So Charleston, South Carolina, West Virginia, Cleveland, Ohio, Fort Worth, hopefully they do it. Detroit, El Paso. We need Environment Canada, or Nova Scotia. as we usually do. All right, let's continue. Gaylord's already set over here. Grand Forks, we got set there. Grand Rapids is set over there. Gray Main still does not work. Green Bay, we're going to do some work with that in a bit. GSP. Indianapolis, Jackson. Lincoln is ready. We got Louisville ready. Marquette doesn't even work. What a disappointment. Melbourne, Florida, I've moved over to the micro so we can make room for Burlington. We're going to try it on there this week and see if that makes a difference. We'll find out for sure. All right, moving on. Miami, Florida is ready. Morristown is set. Newport is set. Northern Indiana is set. Paducah is set. Pittsburgh is set. Raleigh is set over there. State College we don't see till later. Tallahassee we don't see till later. Tampa is set. We got Wilmington, Ohio, and North Carolina all set to go. Okay, everything is in place and is all set to go. We're all ready to get this thing started. But there is one more quick thing I want to get taken care of before this begins. Give me a second. Alright, that's taken care of. I don't know what HB Smart wants. An okay. I suppose I found a printer on the network. Well, you know what? Let's take care of that Puerto Rico test while we have some time left. So let's take care of this Puerto Rico thing while we have time left. Alright, and then I gotta throw this into the video here. And finally, before we start anything, I gotta mute the browser. I know I hate to do it, but this is so we can make this process as efficient as possible. Alright, and with that, we're just about ready. Let's go ahead and get all these started. Starting with this computer. So So I'll just change these over to the visualization. And then I'll put it into tablet mode to allow for ventilation. This computer. And I'll turn this down so I can hear everything else. And I think that leaves us with just these three. Oh, this one's next. So this time I've turned Burlington, Vermont straight up all the way, just so we can hear it. As for Gray Main, we're going to look for replacements. Okay, let's do final sound checks. So maybe probably move this down here so that we're seeing the plate. Adjust the volume in there. This. All right. And we're ready to get this show on the road. Anybody now? Pittsburgh should be the first one to do it. Here we go. Let's see. Oh,
Looking at weekly test on the emergency alert system broadcast stations of your area. If this is a natural emergency, an official message will be planned in your tone. This contains this text of the emergency alert system. Those I can find specifically. Tuesday, Fox 11. On Tuesdays, the worst like change guitarist tours. Fridays in the 1970s. There are 11 couples written with Earth Wind Students. The season of Dodging, Sea River Falls, and Lake Message. Several 33 and following Tuesdays, the shows announced the screen average precipitation. Vegetation and illumination was generated around those windows as one non-pieces. Also, cooling and beverage temperatures established during the judgment. The numbers try to fill out your spot and the other was sometimes more. These 10 minutes. Recapitulating one of the laws of some very easy with the community is also in the days and stuff. They like it. On a phenomenon here. Listen, we should know what like there was not a process in the same way we look for the general and the thoughts in the state. It was very decent stuff. It was correctly and this is where you should bottom of the water here from the north half later. It was for him. Which was supposed to be she's very people for to see and then on the street. The one that and the temperature was 61. So you're used to it, and there was no sure you outside negative. You see, I'm not like 2.2 from 7 back. Why the machine 71 sexual and then started doing rescues and my somebody cloud I find change the serving and we have a new techniques. These areas around 500 meters for the probably much the brain first of all, trying to get a more of the things. Next one is here up to where I drown. That is everything. Most people yes. You only see that it's a party. Most people suppose we have these techniques. Bodies without the veins. It's bodies. The process of healing. Rather than the immediate piece. That's what you just by the knowledge or is the actual word. Rather than the piece. Look at the piece. Most people was like of the shoulders. In the mid-70s. Money in there. With families. That's why the children was in the stories. Well, those cookies like the character. Tuesday, more training. The chance of showers with light children from the stories. Times in the mid-70s. Spending 11 books that he was in Minnesota with the full energy of the river fall Mohammed Airways. September fall on Tuesday, September is for new precipitation. Precipitation was affected with language all over. During these Wednesday. Because it was just a few of us, it has to be postponed to the next day. Well, Chaz going to go hard forward. I think the emotions. Telling will be activated by the resources and wants. Jasper with Liberty and its amendments. This includes the weekly test of the hazardous station taken 75 by the Delivery Service Office in Charleston, South Carolina. 67 October. Partly so, the temperature from 60 it was found on the temperature of 60 substantially like protein, 60 kilocalories, 60 the cost of the channel was used to mostly some most important channels. It was certainly that we had 61 channels and 60 channels in one photo without phone. The temperature for 6% movement, 64.1 points, and 6% over some photometric and temperature is very much easier to find. And see how the other one is. It's one thing. I'm sure it's now the reality this morning. It must be the thunderstorms and the fire championship. Chance of rain 40%. Tonight, hopefully cloudy. There's one chance of showers from thunderstorms and lightning. You're right in the middle.
Right, it works.
It's going to show you.
Luckily, Galen.
So here's a new subject. Each week, steps are sitting in this program. Thursday, most of the field. You know, the hundred of the economy. Lost nation. Sometimes. And family. Sometimes family works like this. Saturday, and Sunday night, looks to be feeling. I'm saying, safely. You might want to walk, and you have to listen. I'm sorry, it's not the challenge. Monday night, it's okay. It's like changing shit. But we figure out Tuesday, the Sunday. To change the challenge with the challenge stories. Also, proven by scavengers that extracted during the period. Economic high temperatures for the lower 70s mark with temperatures for upper 40s to lower 50s. At 10 a.m., it was cloudy.
I didn't hear Burlington Cuff at all.
It was better. It was a temperature of 60 to 8 everyone has a 7 everyone has a sugar 60 and like takes and 60 don't worship. Oh, something was happening. Scott is really
There's like no way I can skip the promotion.
and something there must be
History early again. There we go. All right. Here in Tampa Bay. Jackson, Kentucky. Jackson, Kentucky. Rainforest, Burlington, Lincoln, all other remain. Oh, there, okay, that's working. All right, well. We never done without a single commercial. All right, everybody go there. Burlington, we're still waiting for you. Let's see the For the next time. Go, Mr. Tom. Oh, we're getting ready, all right. Freeport. Me, yep, it's already selected. Now on this PC, Burlington are gonna keep going because their latest color. Did they change their test? Oh, there's DC. Finally, I've been wondering if DC was going to do it. Alright, Memphis. We're putting Cookville in its place. We'll leave Burlington where it is while we keep everything together. While we get everything ready. Austin, Birmingham, Quad Cities, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Hastings, Des Moines,
A slight chance of showers. Times in the mid-70s. Monday night, typically cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Minimal 55 to 60. Tuesday, partly sunny. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Times in the mid-70s.
So you can watch 4 stations at the same time. 4 local stations at the same time. Wow. So Bismarck, St. Louis, but this is going to go up all the way. Oh. Crescent. Where Somerset is at the moment. That is where Wausau is going to go. You know what? I'll just do there's no reason to do it. 75 so purpose positions in the place is for a lot of fucking months.
He's done. Chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. 99, partly cloudy. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Lows 55 to 70. Tuesday, and sunny. A chance of showers or a slight chance of thunderstorms. Sundays in the late 70s. I extensive in Minnesota, including the Bougie, Thief River Falls, and Bottom areas. For next Monday, September 3rd through the 4th, and Tuesday, September 9th, is permitted precipitation. Precipitation,
All right, let's continue setting up.
These temperatures are expected to
Bring
range
this on there.
temperatures are in the low 70s to about lows for the upper 50s to low 50s. A temperature of 62 degrees, the temperature 55, with an oxygen humidity of 80%. The wind is west at 3 north. The temperature was 30 degrees.
Yeah, still, I think it's safe now.
The survey was a 56 and 66 points earlier. It was sunny with a temperature of 60 degrees. It was hotter with a temperature of 65. 60 degrees. One down 60 around the fish. Canada.
I can utilize the fence here.
It was 70 to 63 to 2.
Just to verify, I've got Okay. Now, we may move it. We may move it over. I've not been at one station, so I don't know if that's the. We'll find it. Houston, Mason, Bay, transport, going to remain Canada. See if everything rings the bells here.
A chance of shadow loss or something. The only chance of
So it's got over there. Chicago ready.
next week, September is stronger. Chance of rain 50%.
Bismarck, Birmingham,
Slight chance of shadow. And thunderstorms
Austin,
lows in the mid-50s. East winds.
Burlington. Finally, you 10. Oh my God. We waited for you to hold up.
To travel.
Forget it. Oh, there was more.
Concerned with automatically activate special repeaters who want the appendix hazard. That's what each is saying between 11 a.m. and noon. The baby for some consumers of breast for nearly. In fact, the test will just held on the first available for River Day. That's the broadcast, and the one who features very good for transmitter. The latest version of the increase that requires receiver is the working order.
I did not see that there was more to it than that. All right, well there we go. Finally, something that's been a long time in the making. Burlington, Vermont got their weekly for the first time. Very nice. And I've already run through the checks of everything right before they did it, so we're good to go. What's in here? Oh, it's still delaying everything. Is that GLS? Oh, we didn't go back on WBBM, did we? Well, why don't we do that right now? Well,
Jim and
all right, going back on WBBM now. And since Somerset is the only one left at the Eastern time zone, we'll just move it right here. We'll just put it here in its place.
Messages would calling listening to Chicago's news traffic and weather station, News Radio 1059, WBBM.
All right. Well, folks, there you go. We got the first Burlington. That would be. North Carolina as well. Finished up with body here before we before we get on.
Japanese in the mid-50s.
Okay, we're just about ready for the central time zone now. I'll go on and I plug this since this has decent charge. Yeah. But with it being repetitive, it's pretty. Now you do it, Jackson. Now you do it. Right at the end of the hour. Actually, I'll wait for the same test. I'll wait for the same test.
Sure. Virginia.
Well, let's wait for it. We're gonna wait. Yes. We're gonna wait about 10 minutes. Done. Good. Yeah, we're gonna wait for the staining for the attempt. So I'm happy to report that the entire end up being intact. Let's see if the central time does anything. Now,
it was cloudy and the temperature was 62. You are listening to North National Weather Service radio station WXM 99. One 2.425 rate per CRUG. Stop the consumer expenses.
What the heck is this bird up there? Oh, I forgot about OJR Beach. That's all right. But it was still silent. Oh well.
September 27th.
All right, and then I'll go back to actually, you know what? Oh, here goes the same test. All right, let's start everything up. Here we go. Definitely out. Or is that positive, encouraging halo? It's not. It's Southern Belle. Interesting. At least I got it in. It's cool. Champagne. Wow, you're fast.
So one of the also the shows one of the reviews of the but since we're doing it like they do it's really the reviewers but how is they don't do it if the rain they only at 8 miles an hour. 6 foot winds 5 miles an hour. It's an initial observatory over system. This test is conducted every Wednesday between 1 and monthly surveillance are in the areas from Finley to the test is postponed until Thursday, 76. Again, this is only a 10,000. There was no severe weather in the area of the 63. Fulton, 77. Wind count at 10. 6 foot winds. Humidity 64. We've been again. One of these.
Oh, there's two faults.
The sheriff's can be involved in yourself, and just that, something that's not unfound. So for the student of the chat for here, she messages. The potential dangerous way situations, special procedures, and active lives for the intended hazards. The traffic pilot people would consider a specific Wednesday morning. They have to settle die. Happening severe weather was so
All right. Before I was about to say a word. Oh, pause? Oh, that didn't pause. Well, that's the side effect of this. All right. Now, before I was about to open my mouth, I said that I was about to say that I could have perfectly timed the Tracy 81 test when I went back on WGLS. I kind of perfectly timed the Lockport test with WGLS Philadelphia. What a coincidence. Back on. So that was wonderful. Now, what took its last word? Why did they text? So that's two. Okay, see our signature. On that. Signal, back up. It's different today. So that's a big there's some structure right now. This is 2015. The signalized intersection. Oh, I should also put some more up because we're coming up to that town, aren't we? Yes, we are. Off. Actually, I realized about this just for simplicity. Lawrence. There we go. Alright, so for some reason Des Moines is late. They have not tested at all yet. There's a few other ones we haven't heard from yet either. So yeah, we are. Well, yeah, if you're coming to this to the end of the hour, we might as well go ahead and get that moved to the fun shit. That'll be, that is, yes. Kind of tripped on the message. It kind of tripped up on the script. Yeah, she tripped up on the message. A lot of success on that. And even better, a logger, good thankfully is still active and taking. Now it's time to go. It's not even the first Wednesday of the month. Oh, there's Houston fun. There's Houston. And there's San Angelo, not too long after. That's the sound test anymore. I know he was just testing the sound on the 120.
Area and photo tools for weather watchers and warnings, plus some non-weather emergency messages. Weather radio broadcast to the West Central Texas with the area originates from the National Weather Service Office in San Angelo, Texas. So this concludes our testing. It was 84 degrees with sunny skies and overcast air. Cloudy with the
Okay. So let me go through here what we just got. Okay. Now, we did not hear yet from we did not hear from Brad either. But they still haven't seen it. They need to do it. If they don't get it in by the end of the hour, that's fine. As long as they test this evening. Remember, they have an evening test, so they'll do it this evening. Hopefully they will. Now 44062, I want to see what that is. Here, I'm just gonna choose a random feed and then change the number. 44062. That's okay. 4154. That was that was just heard from standing attorney to bring that out. All right, so me. Okay. So starting again from the beginning, here's what's left. Here's what's left. Grand Forks. You're assuming from Blacksburg is running very good. Who's also running good. Huntsville. They're running good late. Memphis, they're running late. I didn't hear any postponement announcements. Wichita, you have yet to hear. And that station out of Jefferson, I assume they tested. I'm gonna assume they tested, and I think they're late. But we're gonna keep them on it just in case. Oh wait, I forgot. Shreveport. There we go. Okay. Now indoors mountain time. The Mountain and Pacific time zone is going in together. Mountain and Pacific zones are now in there at the same time. This is so we can accelerate like this next stage. So we're going to keep everything going until we get to the immediate end of the time zone. I've already taken care of today's edition of Barney the Cockatoo, so at least something to, bring you some joy.
It's likely to become
I see Grand Forks just disappeared. Well, this time zone's just about over anyways. All right, let's set up the mountain time zone. Wow, Grand Junction, you seem to surprise us all. You seem to surprise us all by testing even before 12 noon. Well, I wonder why they're in a hurry, but well, at least they got it in. They're getting it in, which is good. All right, anyway. So that's Denver. We're straight up putting Scottsbluff right there because Grand Junction's testing right now. Richland. I feel like we always end up with technical difficulties. Now, where was that place of the day? Where did it come up? Oh, this is it. Yes, here we go. I didn't see you asked me about this too, but yeah, I was busy with the week piece. I guess I'll take care of this while we're setting up. And San Juan Counties. Once again, okay. Now let's continue substantial setup. Last night's game where is Columbus, Wisconsin, so we can hear the siren text. No, Columbus, Wisconsin. And I'll do the substantial setup on here. So Milwaukee, Madison. I think Baraboo sounds terrible, so we're just gonna do game. We're just gonna do game. Oh, you know what? Forget it. Let's just do. Forget it. Let's just do all four. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I just realized that Pine City is finally back. What is that? Is that Grand Junction from earlier? Yeah, that's Grand Junction. Okay. All right. So good thing to know Pine City works. I remember that's served by the so we need Coleraine. We're gonna put Pine City in the center. And then leader. We'll make sure I had that ID number correct for one. Yes, I did. And Lawton, Oklahoma City, Stillwater. What's Patching Live? Oh, it's Dodge MN. Beginning Adam. Give it a moment. Topeka. And then the only other thing I forgot last week was that receiver for Canada. That's why I forgot. But we're not gonna let it completely load yet because we're not ready to. Because we're not ready. Well, furthermore, we're not ready because it's not time for all of this yet. Come on, John. What's taking so long? This guy's already processed. By the way, where Memphis and Grand Forks currently are at, those are really low. Oh, finally. Okay, so where Memphis and the other one currently are, they're going to stay where they are. And we're going to put Florence up here. So then we'll just start everything. So then we're just going to start everything up once we are ready to go. Then we're just going to start everything up once we've confirmed everything's ready. Wow. Whoever is in charge of this will at least fix. There's the station off of the air. Well, regardless, we won't be able to get anything off of there for a good while. So, yeah, the question came up right as we were right as we began the main section. But you know what? Since we have about 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and take care of what was sent in that server. And then we will like trying to see what I remember from my childhood. Dodge City. Oh, that's right. I was about to. Do the wrong. I was about to do the wrong PC. I was about to reply on the wrong PC. Now back to. Now let's see. There was something else I was thinking about too earlier. I'm sure as many of you all may remember, I've been talking about upgrading to a new phone later this year. In fact, that time may actually be coming up pretty quickly, so time is pretty much running out. So this is the one I'm looking to get. So this is the regular 16. So I could get base storage. So I could get the base storage. So I could get the base storage absolutely free, or I could pay an additional fee and upgrade the storage to 256 gigabytes, which is the equivalent of the amount of space on my current in service iPad Mini 6th generation. Yeah, it's the 6th generation. The 7th has the Apple Intelligence AI thing built in. Now, this ultramarine kind of looks like a blue color. This teal is kind of like green, black. That's the color of my 10R that I currently have. This is white. This was the color. Well, that's a pink color. There's a white color. Here's ultramarine. I got a ton of color choices. I've only got very few color choices. Now, I know Verizon has this on offer, but last night I was thinking, because I'm hearing that in just a few weeks Apple's gonna hold their annual keynote event to unveil their next iPhone. To unveil their next iPhone, iMac. No. To unveil their next iPhone, MacBook, Apple Watch, and maybe another iPad or so. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because this keynote's going to be massive. They're going to unveil the next releases of their major device lines. The next generation iPad, the next generation iPhone, the next generation Apple Watch, and all that stuff. They already did all the software stuff later in the week. So soon after those devices launch, I'm pretty sure by that time they're gonna finish up working on iOS 26, not 19, 26. They're doing a new naming scheme for their software, similarly to how Microsoft did with the 9X era. You know how they did Windows 95 in 1995 and 1998 being in 1998, and then 2000 being released in 2000, the Millennium Edition in 2000. But nowadays they just use the standard numbering scheme, so Apple's numbering scheme, and now Apple's taking a reverse course with this. So this is a big decision. Do I want the 16 with the base storage and pay nothing for it with the trade-in, or already a customer? No, you can't do that. Where do I get the option for trade-in? I guess I don't get that choice. What a shame. I guess it doesn't. I guess it doesn't give me the choice to, sort of reduce the price further by filtering out, maybe adding in the trade-in option, which is a bit disappointing, but that's okay. That's okay. Now then, the thing I would prefer with this new phone is go with the finance. But I was also furthermore thinking, wait until Apple unveils the new iPhone before, I go placing my cart. Because Apple's going to reduce the price on last year's phone. They're going to reduce the price on it. So they're going to cut it down by $100. I believe that is the case. So you know what? I'm thinking. So here's what I was thinking. I'll just hang on to my 10R for a bit longer, as long as it's still going to get security updates. Just as long as it's still going to get security updates, even without a feature release, that's what's good. So I'll hang on to the 10R for a little bit longer. Then it'll be time to get rid of it. So yeah. But anyway, it is time for the Mountain Time Zone. So let's go and get everything started up here. And we've literally got like a minute left, so we need to move quickly because of all that talking that I just did. And all those other weeklies, I'm going to have to take care of those. Alright, now we'll just reload this so it correctly loads. And we'll go ahead and enter Columbus, Wisconsin, so we can hear the siren test. Let's switch this to Weather Radio Canada. Nope, not Hydro. There we go. All right. And we are ready. Let's see it. Let's begin the next time zone.
For some information, note from any other emergency emergency distribution of the www.emergency.com. Signal was a tough one. The system was like a cherry for service needed stations and things like no areas. But change some of the situations. Supposed to be changed from one year to one service. Just so basically, and receivers were falling from all we can do. If there's instead of controlling if you're a severe way for the flare, so you have to make sure the test will be so it's always controlled whether that's not so you can watch us mornings and so in southeast working with we're trying to get online, but we can check it.
Provide the local data. Like,
Denver. Oh, painful one. All right. Now, now, before I go to my lunch, before I take my lunch break here, I actually found out when all those Donald shows were likely to pick up. I've confirmed from the Titan TV listing that September 8th is when 25 Words or Less will return for its 7th season. First in place with Bing will return for its 3rd, and Dictionary will return for its 4th. Well, 25 Words or Less, I know. And Jeopardy will also be returning for its 42nd season. And with this being the case, Wheel of Fortune 2 will also return for its 43rd season. Although it does not say that. And Flipside will also be back for its 2nd season. So it will be an hour-long premiere. I think I'll give Flipside a try. Another try, and we'll see how it goes. So now we're going to be implementing a lot more programming into our lineup. So with that, I'll go ahead for lunch break here. Return.
Well, it's not the news. You know, it's interesting. You know, it was like, whether people make sure to be more expensive television. Inward, and show the story where it looks like you're nothing, or not. Because the understanding of course, what kind of information we have in everything. And the songs will produce no better than you with it. With names in the field, you get unbelievable and the and when you saw the daily more produced, the song working. Although pretty late in the year when it was, it's probably songs moving through the 20 times so good everybody. When people charge you onto it, the zero levels of health and some money. And you can be extended the public for it. So the irritation is the other people you didn't know what to do. It's the understanding. And the same here with the person. But the feeling that he's a funny story, and he's simply the right thing. So with the few songs for you can take something you can be thinking of for Thursday. Why are the weekly ones that are running for spending and early next week? Father was using everything. Father was using or not using today. I don't know. You reports are everywhere in your quarter will be a week for you. You're listening to your already days radio. You're touching something with the direction and that's the weather service happens to you. This way, we can refer to the radio on network on station to the information on the road. It's 2010 and then you actually 61 on 152 4 75 million. Once you call the film, we listen to national technically 40 times. The problem to have 50 degrees. The only second one, the areas of community that really take their sons. The lady with the points and the other one was announced. The legislative point one easier and the following. They talked to Catholic were 50 energy, and the really easy to be 1%. What is the we don't need 50 degrees. And so we get part of the returns. The purposely was 72. And everyone is molested. The temperature was 72.
All right, I see Denver finally did theirs. All right, there we go. Now let's get Albuquerque going. All right. Now, I don't know what's going on with Duluth at the moment because they have not tested at all since the beginning of the summer. We did not hear from Shreveport as of yet. We certainly didn't hear from Memphis. We did not hear from Huntsville. I'm not gonna mark down Topeka or Des Moines just yet because they could still do it this evening. Like they're gonna do it this evening. I know that. Then we actually take a good look and see what actually is left. I want Grand Forks. They certainly didn't do it. All right. Looks good. All right. Let's bring Television back. Now we're gonna try this crosswalk. Let's watch it. Okay, I saw the flood statement, so we're adding Salt Lake City onto that list. Now, what's up with Duluth? I don't know.
The Shreveport test.
Wait, Shreveport didn't. Yeah, Shreveport didn't test. I didn't see WH87 go. No, WH97 didn't even test at all. How did you know that they tested or not? Did you look at like the other loggers or? Well, they could be late, so I still have them on my monitors. Or did they do it, but my logger never took it? No, they didn't do it. Yeah, they didn't do it, so. But at least I have a postponement list ready. I see a flood watch in effect from Salt Lake City, so I think that's enough for them to postpone, but we're gonna keep waiting and see if they eventually do it. Duluth hasn't done theirs yet. Yeah, Duluth hasn't even done theirs yet. But we still have some time left in the 12th noon hour. When train approaches. What else have we got? What else can we put these talking animals up against? This bird maybe? Yeah, what else can we try? Well, now you test Duluth.
Fargo, your virtue. Fargo, make the warning for the following areas by this weather radio station in Minnesota. This is the National Weather Service in Duluth, Minnesota. We have just activated the public warning alarm down. This is a test of this weather radio station's public warning alarm system. During potentially dangerous weather situations, special bill receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the attending messages. Tests of these receivers and this alarm system are mainly conducted by the National Weather Service Office in Duluth, Minnesota, East Lansing, Illinois. When there is a threat of or existing severe weather in the area, these tests will be postponed until the next available good weather day. The window will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings for the following areas offered by this weather radio station. In Minnesota, Cold, Morrison, their tails, this concludes the test of this weather radio station. We now return to our regular program.
Well, it took them a whole hour to finally do it. And I give up on Salt Lake City. I don't think they're ever going to do it today because of the flooding concern. Oh, there's the screen recording that was left behind when that was left behind by the constant bombardment of commercials. All right. Now, where's that video of the Central Tri-State? Because there's something, because I want to put Tom and Ben up against this. Yeah, this is not the one I'm looking for. It's not that one. It's a different one. That one's on the whole corridor. There's one that covers just that interchange. Yeah, let's start this one. So now we're gonna put Tom and Ben up against the the little introductory video on the upgrades that are currently ongoing with that interchange at I-290, I-88, and I-294 over in Elmhurst, which is an area that really needs some improvements. Oh wait, that's the wrong. Oh wait, that's the wrong PC. Oh, finally, Grand Forks! I've waited forever for you to do it. I've waited forever. I've waited forever for Grand Forks to finally send out the test. Anyway, here's 294.
The first examiner endorses in the northbound direction.
Test of the weather radio system during potentially dangerous weather situations. Specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers in the system are normally conducted by the National Weather Service Office in Grand Forks. In the hours of 10 a.m. to noon. If severe weather threatens the area near the normal alarm test time, the test will be postponed to the first available good weather day.
I had a feeling they were
The
going to
reception of this broadcast.
At least they got it on.
This will be more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter. Will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. To provide the most consistent and dependable warning service possible, the warning alarm will be activated for only selected watches and warnings affecting counties across portions of eastern North Dakota, as well as northwest and west central Minnesota. Once again, the National Weather Service has just activated the public warning alarm tone. We will now return to regular programming.
Alright, well, there we go. Grand Forks got their test in at least. Which is good. I mean, we've waited the whole day for them to do it. And of course, that. Yeah, I've watched that meeting replay several times actually, a whole lot of times on the interchange improvement. Yeah, the improvement the tollway's making to that interchange that's caused issues for many commuters, including myself. I mean, throughout the years. Oh yeah, we got to show iKing some love. Now let's see what we can. Oh yeah, here we go. Which one do we want to try?
Well, if you can count. All right. There. God, you are looking in good shape.
In good shape.
Consider, let's see, don't tell anybody, but. All right. All right. Great. Okay. I see somebody's interested in some cardboard. Shiny cardboard at that.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to locate this clip for a while in this folder.
I see some
somebody's interested in some cardboard, shiny cardboard
In
and
the
that.
desert. VLC media.
I love this. I just love this. I don't know why.
See somebody's interested in some cardboard, shiny cardboard and that.
Yeah, and I was about to plug one of my laptops in before I saw Grand Forks come up. Just got the end of that, but still, we're gonna go back on it in its entirety. That's the same thing. That's the same test from earlier. All right. Now, let's go ahead and get ready now for the Pacific time zone, which is coming next. Okay, Clearwater, Twin Cities. I believe we tried Menominee earlier and it didn't work. Oh, it does work actually. All right, Calgary, Edmonton. We'll figure out where everything else goes. All right. So, Coachella. I believe I put Reno over here if I remember. Yeah, Fernley. All right, well, depending on where we put everything else, that depends on which one of these are active. LA works again. That's good. Of course, Monterey. Since Hanford usually goes late, we might as well just put it over here. And then I'm going to put Phoenix right beside it. So that'll leave us then with LA, Monterey, and Sacramento. So Sacramento, and we can just go ahead and close everything else over here on this side. And then in here, I'll pull up the automated stuff. This one's coming next. And then I gotta find my other file. Here we go. Okay, no, not save as, copy link. Okay, and we'll paste it in here. All right, but we will not start it until the time actually comes. Yeah, I guess it's time to turn this guy down because it's getting a little bit loud. He's interested in some cardboard, shiny cardboard at that. But overall, I mean, other than the technical difficulties, I mean, from a few of them, I'd say nearly all of them actually got their weekly, and so that's interesting. So far, Shreveport, Memphis, Huntsville, Wichita, Blacksburg, and Salt Lake City all have yet to test. But of course, by our rules, whoever does not test by 2 p.m. today, they will be moved to a special Thursday document that I have set up. And I'm gonna assume that Jackson, Mississippi also tested, and that other station likely doesn't relay their test anymore, which is disappointing. So, as I had them in there for a good while, and I didn't see them relay the Jackson test at all. So it's very well that they may have finally called it off. They finally stopped relaying Jackson's tests. So that's a shame. So they're going off the list now, unless we find out they are going to get back to it at some point. All right. It's Pacific time. Here we go.
Oh, there's going GTA. Oh, that was going. Like I mentioned, I'm following favorite stuff, but the American seal. See how long it takes Sacramento to do those second tests. The last time they were very late. North Utah was somewhere was near just as for only like a split second, just to save mine and went off. I was about to tell them that Salt Lake City did not do their tests today, probably because of the flooding that's going on. Right, probably because of all the flooding that's going on. So I'll wait and see if he's going to test next. First Friday of August, brainwash him. Well, unfortunately, after that, there's Phoenix.
Situations. My response to warn you if you choose. There's in central Arizona. Studies and radios are normally conducted every Wednesday between 11 p.m. and noon. There is a threat of existing severe weather in your area Wednesday. This test will not be conducted. Section storages and warning will vary at any given location. To provide the most consistent warning services possible, these warnings will only be activated for launches and warnings affecting Maricopa and Northwest Pinal counties. This includes the test of the weather radio warning device.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and switch Yuma over. I'm going to throw them to a place. Monterey will stay where it is. So I'll slowly but surely move stuff off your system as we get closer to the end here. As well.
During potentially dangerous rain situations, radios are on. Students can warn you if you're told. Texas and Southwest Arizona and Southeast California. Radios are Wednesday, 11 p.m. and noon. But there is a training for West Pennsylvania and most has been conducted. Searching there's all just and learning what very
To provide the most consistent warning services possible, this warning alarm will only be activated for watches and warnings affecting Yuma and La Paz counties in Arizona and Imperial and Eastern Riverside counties in California. This concludes the test of the new weather radio warning device.
All right. So, from 5 machines to 3, or actually to 2 to 1. Now we just wait and see which one will go next. So here's what we're left with. Flagstaff, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, Medford, and Lima. Those are all that remains. Oh, is that Los Angeles? My goodness.
The National Weather Service in San Diego has issued the required weekly test for the following areas in extreme southwestern California, Orange County, Riverside County. The National National Weather Service in San Diego has issued a required weekly test for the following areas in extreme southwestern California, Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, San Diego County, and the coastal waters from San Mateo Point to the Mexican border and out 60 nautical miles, including San Clemente Island. A test signal was broadcast to test the public warning system. The test is normally conducted between 10 a.m. and noon each Wednesday, weather permitting. The signal was also used to test the activation and emergency readiness of the Skywallen network of radio operators.
Since Medford is usually the last one, we're gonna switch. We're gonna have that, and we're ready to switch places. The galaxy's full set. Oh, there's San Francisco. I knew they would do it eventually. So now you decide to do it, Huntsville. Now you decide to do it? So now Huntsville decides to do it. So wow. Is Memphis ever gonna do it? Is Wichita gonna do it? Let's go ahead and reduce this list. We tested Huntsville. Maybe look for Cincinnati. Let's carry over to one. All right. So we're down to 3. And I'm going to go ahead and get this document ready to go for tonight. So, since can and C, that's the line order to me, as well as I thought of it, let's just take it. I'm not going to put 3 TVs in. And also, I might as well take out WLC. They're going to test through for the end of the hour. So Reinforce went pretty late, and Huntsville went pretty late. So wow, several late offices today, huh?
received Lincoln Canals. This concludes the weekly test.
So several of them had technical problems today, huh? All right. Now, the next thing here, since we're already down to 3, is up next, we're going to go back on that was, yeah, that video I just saw. Pretty nice footage of Downers Grove. That was actually from the first Friday of August, so it was actually the day after I was there for the season finale. My little series. There's Faribault. Well, next, we're going to go back on the Amtrak's, actually. So, there we go. Faribault is in there. So, we're going to wait now for the Borealis. Oh my. All right. Now, before we go any further into anything, whether it's that eBay scavenger hunt or anything else, let's go back on the Amtrak trains. 11:17 was when Zephyr arrived in Mount Pleasant, or as in passed by the camera. All right, that takes care of Zephyr number 6. Now for Chief number 4. We'll do that.
Okay, looks like Ford just showed up in Fort Madison, so. Or it did. Well, let's rewind back a bit. There we go. So since it left Fort Madison about an hour ago, its next stop then Galesburg will probably not be told that time frame. Oh, the same consist as before. 188 plus the 160 Pepsi can locomotive that I actually caught in person, of course, the day after Christmas. You may remember I did that live stream in Western Springs. I caught that locomotive in person. So, out of all of Amtrak's signature locomotives, just missed it. Just missed the Borealis. So let's rewind back by 10 minutes. And by the way, we were gonna do the Borealis next anyway, so. No special changes in the consist. Alright, so that's the consist. Now the big question is, do I want to wait on builder number 8 in Columbus, or should we just, let's see. Or should we just take care of it in Detroit Lakes since it came at 7 in the morning? Well, Detroit Lakes it is then, so we'll take care of builder number 8. At least it's in broad daylight, so we can see when it came. This guy's got 3 units on it. Nothing special to see at the back. Alright, so that takes care of all of the afternoon stuff. So that it's not going to be till later in the evening then that all the Amtrak will make their way through Chicago. Which is why I said that. Okay, I don't think I. Alright. So. Now, I did showcase it earlier in the show, but I'll go ahead and showcase it again for those of you who may just now be joining us. But I want to go ahead and provide a little more detail on the upcoming Northbrook row fanning video. Oh yeah, there were all the lines as I had last left it. But I'm going to add a new line to that list. North Central and Milwaukee District North. Oh, there's Medford. Right before I even started my discussion.
The only receivers are automatically activated to warn the intended sender. These receivers and all your conducting goals for service every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. 1 hour is threat of or existing severe weather in the area on Wednesday. The test is postponed until the next day weather day. With a temperature of 64 and the weather.
So that's probably why Reno or Flagstaff aren't even going to consider testing. So we'll add Reno and Flagstaff then onto that list. So that's why we're going to add Reno and Flagstaff onto that list. All right. So that our final list is sort of beginning to take shape now, as we are now down to 2. So we're now down to 2 offices, 2 of them, Flagstaff and Reno. Those are the only 2 left as of this moment. I'll go ahead and silence the comma walk because I already took care of the builder. I went back on it in Detroit Lakes. Okay, now let's get back to what we were about to discuss. So, yeah, here's the Metro Tracker. This is, of course, the tool that I've been using throughout the entirety of the Downers Grove Real Fanny series. I've been using this throughout the entirety of the series. Well, mainly on the way to, but also at work on that HP all-in-one desktop machine that only has the 6th generation Intel chip, which is not capable of 11 by Microsoft, which is a bit disappointing. But I do understand why they require 8th generation and higher. Because, I mean, the older processors most likely are not as powerful as the modern day ones. So that's probably why they have those requirements. And I didn't get to mention this earlier too, but my instructor for the OS Fundamentals class also did like a brief breakdown on the minimum system requirements for Windows 11. And we'll get back to those in a moment. But yeah, he did also break down last night as part of the lecture. You know what? While I'm utilizing this laptop right now, might as well pull up the campus thing, as I know he was supposed to put out an announcement. Here we go, announcements. He did not put one out yet. Posted at 11:29 a.m. So that was actually well after I did my thing, but I'm gonna take care of it later. This is the okay, this should match what was on here. Yeah. That, of course, it talks about, the whole basis of Microsoft OS's, it started as DOS and then how the GUI evolved into what we have today. comparing the first implementation with Explorer, and then just did a brief breakdown of some of the major releases that followed, including NT 2000 Active Directory and then XP. I'll just go part of the lecture a little bit. And of course, XP was what introduced the activation key. Well, actually, it was not just the first. Well, it actually wasn't the first one that required activation. It was actually Windows 95, but Windows 2000 actually be the first OS to utilize the 25 character code format, which is utilized nowadays. And of course, XP Home, which was the edition I primarily used, along with XP Pro. XP Tablet PC Media Center. I've heard of those editions, but I've never seen it in person on physical hardware. But I did see it in a virtual machine, of course, when we did the recordings of the Nostalgia Paradise series. Which, by the way, currently we're now in the process of which now in the series, if you're following along, as we get closer to the end, we're now on the development of Windows Vista. You know, how Microsoft went from XP through this long development cycle of Longhorn all the way to how Windows Vista became a disaster. And of course, XP was the first 64-bit edition, and that's the OS I grew up with. They didn't mention, but this thing didn't mention Vista. Yeah, this thing didn't mention Vista. Yeah, this thing did not mention Vista, but only mentioned Windows 7. Now that's because Vista and 7 are both pretty much identical UI-wise, except 7 was more stable than Vista. But of course, over the course of time, Microsoft did eventually stabilize Vista to some degree. But sometimes still unstable, but at least I'm glad they stabilized it to a great extent before end of support. So yeah, 7 was sort of like a redesign of Windows XP. And because of how stable 7 was over XP and the fact that it would get several more years of support afterwards, that's why many chose Windows 7 like my school did. My school got 7 in 2000, was it 2010? The year after release? Or was it the year after where then Microsoft released the only service pack for it? I think it was around that time when they got the only service pack for Windows 7. Unfortunately, since the only edition that I primarily used of that was Enterprise, I never got to see the Windows Update functionality of the OS in action. Well, that was until I put it into a virtual machine and then did all the updates over there. But that was actually in 2018-19 before... No, it was actually 2016, so it had like a good 4 years of support left. Now, if I had gotten one of those Windows 7 Pro PCs sooner, I could have experienced the extended updates for 7, which, I mean, I'm kind of disappointed, but I didn't know what arrows meant. Authentic, energetic, reflective, and open. I mean, well, yeah, it's called Arrow. It's the glass kind of look. That's what they called it. And then, of course, there are more. Well, it's not called user account protection. It's now called user account control. It was called user account control. It still is called user account control, and it's been implemented. But at least Windows 7 improved upon the user account control and made it less intrusive, unlike Vista. And then, of course, that would be the first implementation of Defender, but wasn't the best. And then, of course, goes over its server counterpart. And then, of course, 8.1. And then, of course, Windows 8 and 8.1. I forgot to tell him something about when he was going over, the Microsoft Store, where you get all your apps. The Microsoft Store is in Windows 10. It was introduced in Windows 8 and 8.1. And of course, 8.1 had the start button, but then of course many people complained, about the start screen, which was what made people pretty angry about Windows 8, considering it ruined the classic experience of Windows. So it was kind of like a step back from Windows 10, from Windows 7. But at least Microsoft did a good job enhancing it when they got around to releasing Windows 10 later in 2015, by not only bringing back the start menu, but also combining elements from Windows 7 and Windows 8 together into one operating system. But it's kind of such a shame that we're going to be losing that soon. But then, of course, this is the... Then, of course, you could use a Microsoft account. That was the first version that did that. I think Windows 7 had the option. Did Windows 7 ever have the option to sign in with a Windows Live account? I don't think it did. No, I don't think it was ever introduced to Windows 7. But then 2012 comes in Standard and Data Center. Same story with Server 2008. And then, of course, goes over Server 2012. Current Microsoft operating systems: 10, Server 2016, 19, and 2011. Well, let me pull up the end-of-life.date. Let's... Oh, that's what I was about to say next. Windows, let's go iPhone 2, because that's what I'm going to talk about next. Now, where's that life cycle fact sheet that I have? Let's see. Life cycle fact sheet. Here we go. So here we go. This will take us to the life cycle fact sheet, and we can go to product end of support and retirements, and we're just going to go by 2025. And of course, Windows 10 was the first. Of course, the first version was released in, of course, 2015. But of course, with new feature releases twice a year. But are numbered based on the year and month. But they did 1507, which is RTM, and then they did like the fall 2015 update, then the anniversary update, then creators update, then fall creators update, April 2018 update, October 2018 update. And I remember how problematic that update was, because I heard there was a bug where upon updating, all of the user's documents and all the desktop things were erased without a trace left behind. So which forced Microsoft to pull the update, fix the bug, which forced Microsoft to pull the update, fix the issue, and then re-release it. I waited for the re-release before updating to it. And I think it was from fall, and also from fall creators to April update, I had some problems, updating my other laptop. I'm talking about my old one. When that update came out, by that time I had a secondary monitor. In fact, that's the very same monitor that I am still using to this very day. I was using a second monitor with that laptop. And with that second monitor plugged in, the update would just go as normal, go to 84%, then stay there for 2 hours, 85%, completely fail, restart, and then undo the whole thing. That's what it was. But October, this was not much of a pain, which was great. And then this actually was the first time that Microsoft utilized a naming scheme like 19H1 or May 2019 update, and the November 2019 update, and then this would be and then right here, this is where it would start 20H1, and then this is where Microsoft officially began to utilize the H1, H2. So 20H2, 21H1, and then 21H2, and then of course the current version that we have, 22H2, which unfortunately, yes, 1 month left of support for Windows 10. I can't believe it. We're already a month away from the final update for Windows 10, and I have yet to enroll. There was something that Microsoft did not mention, but to signify the year in either the first and the second half. But nowadays, Microsoft releases updates only once a year, which of course Microsoft has been doing with Windows 11 ever since. So of course 22H2, and then here's 23H2, which, well, this is currently my channel, 23H2. So I get another month of updates for it. But as I've said already, I already have a plan in place to move over to 24H2 upon the release of 25H2. So I'm looking to switch on the weekend before the 11th, which is the final update for the Home and Pro editions of 23H2, while the Enterprise editions will still get updates. But then, of course, 24H2 will get another year of support. So I can tell I have color. So yellow means end of life is approaching, green means it's good. So but then we can go to unmaintained releases. It goes all the way down to XP Service Pack 3. This didn't mention about an extended update program, but there was an ESU program for Windows 7 after it reached end of life. And then, of course, it showed off the redesigned start menu, basically what I was just explaining. And of course, the Edge browser, which is now utilized in Windows 11, however, replaced the version by Chromium. Cortana Digital Assistant, you don't even use Cortana anymore. It's pretty much been phased out. The Universal Application Architecture, now that's actually the that's what's utilized to run these kinds of web apps on from the Edge browser, and also apps that you download from the Microsoft Store. And of course, Sandbox. And of course, Windows Sandbox, which I've actually installed on my Micro. I was actually excited for that feature when I heard it would be coming in 19H1. When I heard it be coming in 19H1, I was very excited to hear that announcement. But later I would find out it would only be available in the commercial editions of Windows 10 and Windows 10 Pro. It would only be available in the Pro editions of Windows. Now, I was going to try and do it on my Vostro when I had it for a couple of years. But of course, with that thrashing hard drive, I don't think it was going to perform as reliably. But now that I have a much more powerful machine and some 6 years later, I finally have Windows Sandbox in some sort of form. But not on the version of Windows 10 where it was introduced. No. Of course, Windows Sandbox carried over to Windows 11, which is amazing. What I found interesting about this was that this thing shows 0 gigabytes used. It shows the correct CPU, but then when I go down, it shows Windows 11 Enterprise. So, essentially what it is, it's actually a full Enterprise copy. not the 90-day evaluation. It's not like that. So, but it's pretty cool. It's actually like a pretty cool alternative to VMware. So like, I don't have to, waste my time installing another copy of Windows 11 just to try out some program that I don't know. I could just pull up Windows Sandbox, run the program there, tinker around with it in that controlled environment, and then I can see what it can do before I go putting it on my main system, which I find really good. But also Windows Hello was introduced too, if it supports it. Oh yeah, there's the Windows 10 style start menu. I'm gonna miss that when the end of support comes. But there was something that my instructor did not mention about Windows 10. Yeah, we're done updating for that. We're getting ready to hold on here because their test is coming up next. Now, there was something he did not mention. He did not mention about the $30 extended security updates. He did not mention about that when he mentioned the end. When he mentioned the end of Windows 10, he did not mention about this. Yes, extended security updates. Because there's still so much market share. Windows 10 still has a lot of market share. And we already have our stat counter results for July, but at the end of this month, we're going to get our stat counter. We're going to get our stat counter results for the Windows desktop space for August by next week. Oh yeah, and because of Saturday's plans, I almost forgot something. I want to get the monthlies ready to go for. I could probably do that today. Just get it out of the way, and then we'll have to worry about it. But he did mention about the extended security updates for businesses, but also for consumers, like myself. As over the past several months, Microsoft had been rolling out and I'm just going to bring my XPS over from 2015. In fact, it was one of the original Windows 10 devices. It came with Windows 10 pre-installed. Or maybe this was a later model. It had Windows 8, but then this was what came with Windows 10. So, but yeah. But of course, I followed Windows 10 through its evolution, but now I want to stick around with it a bit longer. I've witnessed its beginning. I've followed its evolution. Now I want to see how it all ends. That's all I want, because I've been a long-time user of Windows 10 ever since Microsoft released it years ago. But I did hear Microsoft is slowly but surely rolling out the extended security update app to all the Windows 10 users. As of the last time I've checked, I'm checking right now, I have not received the enrollment prompt as of yet. But Microsoft later said it's normal that this is the case because this is rolling out gradually. So if it doesn't get to me yet, then I'll just need to be patient, because it will be coming. I just gotta put in the patience. And am I gonna try to put Windows 11 on this thing? No, not after I heard Microsoft could be pulling security updates and other things like that. And then, of course, Then it talks a little bit more about Windows 11, what the desktop looks like. Then, of course, the server editions. And then, of course, it goes into Fedora, Mac OS, Chrome OS, all that stuff. So basically, yeah, it was just basically in the history of these operating systems, all these OSs. Cumulative update preview for framework, and they're making it mandatory. I'm gonna hold off on it. But okay, so it looks like I have not received the enrollment thing as of yet. But again, gotta be patient because it's coming. I've seen several people already get it. Wow, that's terrible. But I just need to continue putting in the patience, and then eventually it will pay off, and I'll eventually get the ESU. Now, then when I heard that Microsoft was going to offer two free alternative enrollment methods, I was very pleased because that's what I plan to do with my Windows 10 PC. Enroll it in the ESU so that way then I can give it another year of updates free of charge. So what I'm planning to do is back up my PC so that way then I can get the extended security updates free of charge. Yeah, so then I can get the extended security updates free of charge. However, I will have to convert my account to the local account that I've had for a while into a Microsoft account in order for it to work. But now that we're into this, here's of course all of the iPhones. We can see the XR. Well, as of right now, it says it's still supported. So meaning the phone is still getting updates. The phone is still getting regular software updates and upkeep. But soon that will not be the case. And then we can pull up their iPhone models that are compatible with iOS 18. They don't mention iOS 26 yet, because it has not yet been out. But you can see here, they're already promoting their September 9th event. And since we'll be here at home, I thought I might as well go ahead and watch it. Watch the unveiling of the newest iPhone and all that stuff. But then if we go to iOS 26 preview, and we go all the way down to the bottom of the page, here we go. It says it's compatible with these devices. You see XR on that list? No, you do not. So, a few months ago, I have officially confirmed from this page that Apple will no longer be supporting my iPhone XR after iOS 18. So meaning after this, so that means so pretty much what that means is the XR is no longer going to get any sort of major feature updates, and will only receive a few more months of security updates Then after that, that's it. Now this is what I'm actually looking to upgrade to, the iPhone 16. And we can pull up the page on the phone, so we can get a good idea of it. But then, of course, these are all the products that are ending in 2025. Okay, so yeah, basically, that was something I wanted to bring up from. That was something I wanted to bring up from yesterday's lecture. And I'm attended, of course. All right, so we've taken the evening stuff. We put that in there, and since time is up for these two. Go ahead and shut these down. I'm going to shut this laptop down. We no longer need it. But I never got back to what I was saying about Northbrook and, the upcoming Northbrook video. I never said anything about that. Well, let's go ahead and talk about that right now while the Vista Virtual Machine loads up here for our game. So here's where I'm going to be going to. You can see all the Milwaukee district trains. Now, if we look at the schedule, I prefer the printable format, is if we go here to this PDF of the schedule, we can see here's the weekday, but it's the second page. This is the Saturday schedule, and this is what I want, because this is when we're looking to come. We can see here Northbrook right here. These are all the times in the morning. This is for the inbound trains. And then down here. So depending on when we're here, we may get to see maybe one or two of these. Maybe one or two of these. But otherwise, that's it. Then we may not be able to see any more. Otherwise, then, the other things then would just be Amtrak stuff. The Amtrak Builder, the Amtrak Hiawatha, and the Amtrak Borealis. Yes, Hiawatha and Borealis and Builder all use that line. Let me switch out the disc with Monopoly, because I forgot to do that at the end. So yeah, that's something about the upcoming Northbrook video. For all of you. All right. So as we've approached the 2 o'clock hour, what? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not concerned at the moment. But anyway, those of you who might just be joining us right now, we're glad to have you here, and you're just in time too, because we're about to get started with this week's Wheel of Fortune Super Deluxe. But before we get started with it, of course, I want to break down everything that's happened with the show so far, what you may have missed, and what is coming up later tonight. Up first, let's start with this morning. So, in terms of everything, I did watch the Barry Ninra Cup finale last night. I was up till like 1:30 a.m. Actually, about 1:45 a.m., I should say. 1:45 a.m. I was up till then. And then, of course, in terms of the weeklies this morning, for Verizon, none of them went other than VHO4, which I'm quite shocked about. I expected VHO4 to do their tests, but I expected the other ones to do it, but I was quite shocked to find out that nobody else did. That's going to be quite a different story tonight. In terms of weeklies, the Eastern Seaboard went nearly without a hitch, except Jackson, Kentucky hesitated and waited till like the last minutes of the hour to do their tests. It was like right before 11 a.m. Central Time when they eventually finally did it. Let me mute the game until I finish here. So then, In terms of the Central Zone, a lot of them didn't even do their tests at all. Huntsville waited until 1:15 p.m. to do their tests. Grand Forks waited till 12:45 to do it. Duluth waited till that same time to test as well. Salt Lake City, Reno, and Flagstaff, on the other hand, they're postponed. Reno and Salt Lake City due to flooding, and Flagstaff, don't know what the reason is, but those offices are now going into my postponement document. And of course, by rule, I will keep those remaining offices in there, and I'll keep putting them in each of the remaining days of the week until either they do it or we reach Friday night, whichever comes first. Yeah, whichever of the two comes first. Now, for the plan for tonight. We're about to start Super Deluxe, and we're going to finish up. We're going to finish up all the puzzles from August to complete the long catch-up process of this game from what happened over the summer. So we're going to finally complete catching up on this. If we have time before Monopoly at 3 p.m., we could maybe do a round or two of Hyperbole. You can finally bring that game back. And of course, we'll play Monopoly until about 5:30 p.m. or so. Yeah, 5:30 p.m., somewhere around there. And then, as me and my family have agreed upon, as part of tonight's primetime extravaganza, we're going to take care of the 1% Club that we missed last night. We're going to take care of that first. An hour before Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on ABC with Mr. Kimmel. And then Match Game with the voice of the Cat in the Hat from that PBS show, Martin Short. And then 9 p.m., we'll see what we can do. Maybe eBay scavenger hunts and things like that. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, we'll see what we can do within that 9 p.m. slot. And then, of course, 10 p.m. will be our concluding extravaganza. We'll play Deal or No Deal with Brandon, and that'll be followed by 2 rounds of Yahtzee. We'll play 2 rounds of Yahtzee, and then we'll just do some final scavenger hunt things and things like that. Final concluding pieces. We'll wait for some of the Verizons to do their tests while we're still in the air, and then that's the end, and then that will be the end of it tonight. So, that's the plan. But then I also talked about the updated plans for the weekend. I talked about the updated plans for the weekend. So I'll go through that in detail while we have the chance. So first, let's start with tomorrow night. Because this will be the second class, I believe the lecture is not going to be as long. So I'm hoping to be back here in time to start backyard baseball tonight. I'm expecting the time that I originally mentioned when I brought up the fall schedule, which is anywhere between 7. What did I say? 7. Yeah, 7:30 and 9, or you know what? 8 and 9 p.m. Somewhere around there. I expect it to start. If it starts later, then something must have held back my ride and something like that. But regardless of the fact, that's what we have planned tonight. Well, that's tomorrow night. But there won't be any new episodes of anything to take care of that night, too, since Celebrity Family Feud is going to be on reruns then. The summer gets ready to wrap up. Then, Friday should be all normal with our Friday Fun Night show. But then Saturday, here's where our changes come in. We're going to still do the county request and street view video, but however, I was informed of because there was actually another one of those town festivals that they're going to hold tribute bands at. So I agreed on the offer to come with them and attend that concert. We should have better luck this time because last time we rained out, it was in Montgomery, you may remember from earlier this month. So we should have better luck this time around. At least that's what I hope. So then on Sunday, here's the plan. Wait, don't tell me. Then I'll have my lunch. And then afterward, we'll take care of the games that we usually do on Saturday. You know, the Game of Life, Play 18, and of course Both Ways Sorries. That will then be followed by the arcade edition of the Roblox show that we usually do on Tuesday, but we're doing on Sunday to accommodate for the 16 weeks of college classes. And then if we have time left at the end of that, then we can maybe play another one of those other games on the Roblox platform before we move on to the KDK Weekly, and then eventually Ticket to Ride, concluding that program. Of course, Monday we'd then be back for Minecraft. Tuesday we'd be back, well, there won't really be anything to do. And then, of course, Wednesday we'll be back here next week with the weeklies again. So anyway, yeah, that's the plan, and that's everything I pretty much discussed. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and unmute the computer, unmute the virtual machine, and let's complete the catch-up of Wheel of Fortune. Here we go.
hometown radio station.
Alright, so we're coming up to the top of the hour now. We're approaching the week mark. What we're going to do is we're going to finish up this whole thing, and then we're going to start Monopoly immediately after. Okay, there we go. Oh. I wanted to solve. That's spinning the wheel. That's what I was going to do anyway. Well, the game is over anyway. Alright. That's it. We are all caught up now with Wheel of Fortune Deluxe. I already have the Monopoly disc inside, so let's go ahead and start the game. And I'm going to close Google Maps and some other storage and
Hi, I'm Mr. Monopoly. Let me help you get started. Would you like to see your name? Click it. New player? Click the button. Please pick a token.
Yeah, let's pick it.
So, add more. You can pick which. All right then. You can pick which. All right then. You can pick the skill level of this opponent. You can add how tough. Which. All right then. What's the which? When everybody's ready, would you like to change the board?
Let's do the classic board.
Would you like to play with the standard rules or use some custom variations?
Lots of custom variations. There you go. Let's play.
Top hat, toss those ivories.
Proceed!
Let's see how short we can
12
make this game.
boxcars. Electric company.
I guess I can afford that.
We got 10. Chance. I love these. Let's look. Bank pays you dividend of $50. Battleship.
Oh, really?
You're out.
Anchors away!
We got 4.
Good thing this tax is capped.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
I forget it.
A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Let's motor, race car!
Another race, and I have the pole position, as usual.
As usual. Yeah, as usual.
8, looking great. Vermont Avenue. Buy or auction, you decide. It's a real steal. 12.
Free parking. What a concept.
Hey, doubles, 12. Uh-oh, go to jail. Too bad.
Yep.
Your turn, Iron.
I can't wait to get started.
8, looking great. Vermont Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Move along here, let's go.
I'm in the saddle.
8, let's see where that takes us. Vermont Avenue.
That's chumps change.
It's over to you, dog.
Let's kick some people butt.
It's over to you, dog.
Half a dozen. Oriental Avenue.
It's still money.
Top hat, roll and good luck.
Another kick at the can.
We got 4. Atlantic Avenue.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? States Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, get your motor running. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Roll or pay up. 9. New York Avenue.
Pocket change.
Toss those cubes. We got 4. Electric Company.
You'll have to do better than that.
Come on, let's play. 8. Looking great. St. James Place.
That's just change.
Looks like 7 to me. Indiana Avenue.
Good. No toll to pay.
It's over to you, dog. 6. Electric Company.
It's still money.
7. New York Avenue.
It's still money.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Looks like 11 to me. Park Place.
I guess I can afford that.
You have the dice, Battleship. 8. Looking great. Kentucky Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, start your engine. We got 4. Indiana Avenue.
Pocket change.
Let's get at it.
We got 4. St. James Place.
You'll have to do better than that.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Lucky 7.
It's the who's gal for us, horsey.
It's over to you, dog. An AI player wants a trade. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Mortgage, for which trade concluded. Eater from Decatur. Ventnor Avenue.
It's still money.
6. Community chest. Let's look. Life insurance matures. Collect $100. Let's go. Looks like a 4 to me. Here's some easy money. Mediterranean Avenue. Battleship, you're out.
Stay the course.
We got 6. Ventnor Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Both hands, 10. Park Place.
I own this. Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Eight, looking great. Pacific Avenue.
I recognize this place. I think.
Okay, Iron, press on. A pair of sixes, 12. Waterworks.
I don't understand what they do here, but I'm sure it's impressive. Neat!
Lucky 7. Short Line Railroad.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. Niner. It's over to you, dog. Seven. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Top Hat, it's up to you. Eater from Decatur. Connecticut Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 4. $200, and you didn't even do anything.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's motor, race car. 10. Around the board again. Here's your $200.
I recognize this place. I think.
Okay, Iron. Click to roll. Half a dozen. $200. That's easy money.
You'll have to do better than that.
Good luck, horse and rider. Cinco. Your turn, doggy.
Let's get a wiggle on.
Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Connecticut Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. 8, looking great. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Income tax refund. Collect $20.
I'll show you how it's done.
10. St. Charles Place. 8. New York Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car. Burn a little rubber. 7. Vermont Avenue.
I recognize this place. I think.
Your turn, Iron. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. It's a done deal. 7. Vermont Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Good luck, horse and rider. Looks like 11 to me. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Community chest. What's it going to be? Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Good place to dog it for a while.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Both hands, 10. Ventnor Avenue. Battleship, you're out. 5. Illinois Avenue.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, burn a little rubber. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Niner. Community chest. Show me that card. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Okay, Iron, press on. We got 10. Tennessee Avenue. Eater from Decatur. Atlantic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Good luck, horse and rider. Six. St. James Place.
That's chumps change.
Roll those bones, doggy. Looks like a 4 to me. Virginia Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Six. Community chest. What's it going to be? Doctor's fee. Pay $50. Battleship, you're out. Eater from Decatur. North Carolina Avenue.
I do look good in green. This neighborhood has possibilities. Consider it sold.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Lucky 7. Illinois Avenue.
Pocket change.
Your turn, Iron. Niner. Short Line Railroad.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Good luck, horse and rider. Niner. B&O Railroad.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Six and 5, 11. B&O Railroad.
It's still money.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. 10. Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
Absolutely. I can't turn down a bargain.
Battleship, you're out. 6 and 5, 11. Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's motor, race car! Niner. Community chest. Show me that card. Advance to go. Collect $200. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Your turn, Iron. Ace, deuce, 3.
Luxury tax? That's a laugh.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 8. Community chest. Let's look. From sale of stock, you get $45. Okay, doggy. Good luck. Half a dozen. Pacific Avenue.
Smells like home to me.
Top hat, roll and good luck. 8, looking great. St. Charles Place.
I guess I can afford that.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Half a dozen. Connecticut Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Race car, start your engine. We got 6. Oriental Avenue.
Pocket change.
Your turn, Iron. Eater from Decatur. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
You'll have to do better than that.
We got 6. Electric Company.
You'll have to do better than that.
Good luck, horse and rider.
So, this is how the rich folk live.
Half a dozen. Boardwalk.
This will be a setback.
It's over to you, dog. Looks like 7 to me.
Wait until my accountant hears about this.
An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. You rolled a 3. Virginia Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 8. Community chest. What's it going to be? You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. 8. B&O Railroad. Let's motor, race car! Ace, deuce, 3.
I recognize this place. I think.
It's Iron's turn. 5. Community chest. What's it going to be? You have won second prize in a beauty contest. Collect $10. Horse and rider, you have the dice. 4. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Oriental Avenue.
It's still money.
Top hat. Toss those ivories. 9er. Indiana Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. Looks like 11 to me. Chance. Pay poor tax of $15. Race car, start your engine. Half half a dozen. Pennsylvania Railroad. Good luck, Iron. Both hands, 10. Ventnor Avenue.
No dust anywhere. Must be my place.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice.
Howdy.
Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Electric Company.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. Eight. Virginia Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Eater from Decatur. Pacific Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Let's keep this game rolling. 6 and 5, 11. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Chance. Advance to go. Collect $200. Back so soon? Here's your $200. Race car, get your motor running. 11. Atlantic Avenue.
Pocket change.
Okay, Iron, press on. 7. Pennsylvania Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice.
Giddy up.
9er. Kentucky Avenue.
That's chumps change.
Roll those bones, doggy. 7. Kentucky Avenue.
It's still money.
All right, Top Hat, it's your turn to roll. We got 4. Short Line Railroad.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, full speed ahead.
Onwards and upwards.
8, looking great. Vermont Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Looks like a 4 to me.
Guess I'll lay low for a while.
It's Iron's turn. 11. $200, and you didn't even do anything. Raiding Railroad.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 4. B&O Railroad.
That's chumps change.
Roll those bones, doggy. We got 6. Ventnor Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. Looks like 7 to me. Around the board again. Here's your $200. Community chest. Let's look. Pay hospital, $100. Toss those cubes, Battleship.
Stay the course.
We got 4. Electric Company.
I own this? Oh, why? Of course I do, yes.
Race car, start your engine. So, would you like to pay $50 or try to roll double? Half a dozen. St. James Place.
Pocket change.
Your turn, Iron.
Away we go!
7. Electric Company.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Horse and Rider. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Pennsylvania Avenue.
Good. No toll to pay.
It's over to you, dog. 7. Pennsylvania Avenue.
It's still money.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Let's get cracking! 8, looking great.
Just visiting. How fortunate.
You have the dice, Battleship. 9. Kentucky Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's motor, race car! 12. Boxcars. Waterworks.
Pocket change.
5. Community chest. Show me that card. Pay school tax of $150. Your turn, Iron. 6. Tennessee Avenue. Let's go. Looks like 7 to me. Here's some easy money. Mediterranean Avenue.
Finally, a break.
Roll those bones, doggy. 5. Boardwalk.
That bites.
Top Hat, it's up to you. 7. Community chest. What's it going to be? Christmas fund matures. Collect $100. Battleship, full speed ahead. Lucky 7. Waterworks. Race car, burn a little rubber. Half a dozen. Boardwalk.
Pocket change.
Okay, Iron, press on. 8. Atlantic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Good luck, Horse and Rider.
Just passing through.
7. Vermont Avenue.
Finally, a break.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 3. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy. Community chest. Let's look. Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Top Hat, toss those ivories. 7. Illinois Avenue. Battleship, full speed ahead. 11. Boardwalk.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, burn a little rubber. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. 6, $200, and you didn't even do anything.
I recognize this place. I think.
Let's get at it.
An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. 6 and 5, 11. Park Place.
You'll have to do better than that.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider. 9. Community chest. Let's look. Receive for services. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. An AI player wants a trade. Negotiations have been suspended. Sorry. Receive for services, $25. Okay, doggy. Good luck.
I am pumped.
We got 4. Oriental Avenue. Move along here. Let's go. We got 6.
I shall hide here and gather my wits about me.
Toss those cubes, battleship. 5, $200. That's easy money.
Good thing this tax is capped.
Race car, get your motor running. Cinco.
I'm just visiting.
Your turn, Iron. Lucky 7. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
Give me your best shot. Come on.
Good luck, horse and rider. 4. Kentucky Avenue.
That's chum's change.
Roll those bones, doggy. 8, looking great. Virginia Avenue.
It's still money.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat.
Let's have another go at it, shall we?
Lucky 7. Let's go. We got 5. Connecticut Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Race car, burn a little rubber. Half a dozen. St. James Place.
Pocket change.
Okay, Iron, press on. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? States Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, horse and rider. We got 5. Atlantic Avenue.
That's chumps change.
Your turn, doggy. We got 5. New York Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, it's up to you. We got 4. You have the dice, Battleship. Looks like 7 to me. St. James Place.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's do it. A nickel. Kentucky Avenue.
I recognize this place. I think.
It's Iron's turn. 5. Tennessee Avenue.
At least this doesn't cost me nothing.
Show us your stuff, horse and rider.
I'm in no big hurry.
Lucky 7. Community chest. Show me that card. Grand Opera opening. Collect $50 from every player for opening night seats. It's over to you, dog. Looks like 11 to me.
Good place to dog it for a while.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. Eight, looking great. Battleship, you're out. Both hands, 10. Atlantic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, start your engine. A pair of 6s, 12. Community chest. Let's look. You inherit $100. We got 5. Luxury tax. Too bad, but pay up. It's Iron's turn. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Atlantic Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, horse and rider.
Nice digs.
8. Looking great. Here's your salary again, just for passing go.
Finally, a break.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Let's see where that takes us. Tennessee Avenue.
I lead a charmed life. What can I say?
Top Hat, it's up to you. 9. New York Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Looks like 7 to me. Community chest. What's it going to be? Life insurance matures. Collect $100. Race car, start your engine. 5. Another turn around the board, another $200. Your turn, Iron. 3. Marvin Gardens.
You'll have to do better than that.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. You rolled a 3.
No problem.
It's over to you, dog. Looks like 7 to me. B&O Railroad.
It's still money.
Top Hat, it's up to you. Lucky 7. Atlantic Avenue.
Don't I own this? Ah, of course I do. Yes!
Battleship, full speed ahead. 10. $200, and you didn't even do anything.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Roll the ivories. Lucky 7. Only a visit this time. It's Iron's turn. 8, looking great. Park Place.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Horse and Rider.
Just passing through.
9. States Avenue.
That's chumps change.
It's over to you, dog. Both hands, 10. Short Line Railroad.
It's still money.
8, looking great. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
It's still money.
Top Hat, roll and good luck. We got 10. Chance, you feeling lucky? Take a ride on the Reading. If you pass go, collect $200. Here's your salary, $200. Battleship, full speed ahead. We got 6. Connecticut Avenue.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Race car, get your motor running. $10.
Free parking. What a concept.
Looks like 7 to me. Ventnor Avenue.
Pocket change.
An AI player wants a trade. An AI player wants a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. A computer opponent is proposing a trade. Uh-oh, the trade is canceled. Okay, Iron, press on.
This is one hoity-toity Hamlet we got here.
7. $200. That's easy money.
Give me your best shot, come on.
Good luck, Horse and Rider.
Giddy up.
Lucky 7.
Nice town to have free parking.
It's over to you, dog. Looks like 7 to me.
Nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Another kick at the can.
Half a dozen. St. Charles Place.
I guess I can afford that.
Toss those cubes, Battleship. Lucky 7. St. James Place.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, burn a little rubber. We got 6. Community chest. Let's look. Income tax refund. Collect $20. Eight, looking great. Around the board again. Here's your $200.
I recognize this place. I think.
Looks like 7 to me. Vermont Avenue.
I recognize this place. I think.
It's Iron's turn. A deuce. Oriental Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Niner. Pennsylvania Railroad.
You'll have to do better than that.
Horse and Rider, you have the dice. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Marvin Gardens.
That's chumps change.
It's over to you, dog. Five. Pennsylvania Railroad.
It's still money.
Top hat, roll and good luck. You rolled a 3. Virginia Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. Cinco. Kentucky Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, start your engine. We got 10. Tennessee Avenue.
I recognize this place. I think.
Your turn, Iron. Looks like a 4 to me. New York Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
Good luck, Horse and Rider. Lucky 7. Chance, you feeling lucky? Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 6. Kentucky Avenue. Top hat, roll and good luck. 4. Tennessee Avenue.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Battleship, full speed ahead. Half a dozen. Ventnor Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's motor, race car. Half a dozen. Illinois Avenue.
Pocket change.
It's Iron's turn. 5. Illinois Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that.
It's your turn, Horse and Rider. 7. Pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
That's chumps change.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Marvin Gardens.
It's still money.
We got 5. Pennsylvania Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. 6. Illinois Avenue.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, you're out. 7. Pennsylvania Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, get your motor running. 7. Pacific Avenue.
Pocket change.
Good luck, Iron. 9. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
A good place to cool my jets, all right.
Horse and rider, you have the dice. 9er. Electric Company. Okay, doggy. Good luck. 5. Boardwalk.
That bites.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. Looks like a 4 to me. Waterworks.
I guess I can afford that.
Battleship, full speed ahead. Looks like a 9. Where does that take us? Here's your salary, $200.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, get your motor running. Seven. Luxury tax. Them's the brakes. It's Iron's turn.
Here goes nothing.
6. Good luck, horse and rider. Looks like 7 to me. New York Avenue.
Good. No toll to pay.
It's over to you, dog.
Woof, woof.
3. Money for nothing. Here you go. $200. Community chest. Let's look. Bank error in your favor. Collect $200. Top Hat. Toss those ivories. 5. Community chest. Show me that card. Doctor's fee. Pay $50. You have the dice, Battleship. 6. Connecticut Avenue. Race car. Burn a little rubber. $8. Let's see where that takes us. $200. And you didn't even do anything.
Pocket change.
It's Iron's turn. Half a dozen. Good luck, horse and rider.
Howdy.
Eater from Decatur. Ventnor Avenue.
That's chump change.
Your turn, doggy. 4. Oriental Avenue.
It's still money.
2. Vermont Avenue.
I lead a charmed life. What can I say?
11. New York Avenue.
It's still money.
Top Hat, toss those ivories. 4. Park Place.
I guess I can afford that.
You have the dice battleship. 5. Virginia Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Let's do it. Eater from Decatur. Virginia Avenue.
Pocket change.
It's Iron's turn. 9. Horse and Rider, you have the dice. 7. Pennsylvania Avenue.
Good. No toll to pay.
Okay, doggy. Good luck. 8. Looking great. Ventnor Avenue.
It's still money.
Move along here. Let's go. We got 5. Back so soon? Here's your $200. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Advance to go. Collect $200. Back so soon? Here's your $200. Toss those cubes, battleship. 5. New York Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
Race car, get your motor running. We got 6.
Free parking. What a concept.
Your turn, Iron. 7. Community chest. What'll it be? Pay out or be paid? From sale of stock, you get $45. It's your turn, Horse and Rider. Both hands, 10. Around the board again. Here's your $200.
No problem.
Your turn, doggy. 5. North Carolina Avenue.
It's still money.
You've got control of the dice, Top Hat. 8er from Decatur. Vermont Avenue.
Well, it won't cost me anyhow.
Battleship, you're out. A pair of 6s, 12. Pacific Avenue.
You'll have to do better than that to sink me.
11. Here's your salary again, just for passing go. Community chest. Let's look. You are assessed for street repairs. $40 per house, $115 per hotel. Race car, get your motor running. We got 4. Illinois Avenue. Okay, Iron, press on. Looks like a 4 to me.
Yeah, even though we haven't played this game for months, it's
Kentucky Avenue.
it's true all
You'll
the
have
way.
to do better than that.
It still
It's
takes
your
forever
turn,
to get
horse
through
and
this
rider.
game all the way. All the
Looks
way
like a
through
9.
to the
Where
end.
does that take us? States Avenue.
That's chump change.
A chunk of change.
It's over to you, dog. Seven. Boardwalk.
Hurry up! That bites!
Top Hat, it's up to you. 6 and 5, 11.
Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Yes,
New
I'm
York
sure.
Avenue.
I
Yes,
If you
I'm
played
sure.
it,
Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure I want to quit the game. You want to know why? You want to know why we're ending Monopoly earlier? Well, I'm not even going to explain why. Because I went from a very pleasant mood when we started this game and now I'm all furious. But I'm trying to keep my cool as much as I can here. Because I'm in a state of rage at this moment. Because I heard something off camera that was gonna disrupt this whole thing. Well, now because they can't find a better time to do it than today. Alright. So, I guess we get to start this thing a little sooner. Alright, where's that Alright, where's that talking oh no, not talking. Which one is it? Oh, this one. No, it's not it.
Hey, hello, you. You know what I like? As much as I would love to show you, dear iKing, can you possibly make some type of seasonal videos for the Wheel of Fortune game? I don't get to say this that much.
Oh, look at that! I found your wallet. I'll just keep taking that and those. And yeah, that'll do.
Next player.
Sure, let's do that one. Because of how much of an outrage I'm in right now. Let's see here.
Those. And yeah, that'll do.
This is going to be fun. Alright. Well, I can't have multiple devices plugged in, so we're just going to let this run for as long as it can here. Alright. You can't find a better time. Alright. So then, iKing, take it away.
I found your wallet. I've just been taking that
Finally back after all of that. What a despicable act it is.
Finally back after all that. What a
Well, that was great.
68.
That is time of our show that we will never get back. Oh, that was the only one I missed. Alright, let's go do that then. No, I don't expect anything from Chicago. Is that ROM gonna cheer me up? Maybe. Did I mute the desktop? I did. This is a test of the emergency alert system. You know what? Let's do it all separately. Well, it's obviously postponed. That's what I thought. And there's HPR. This is a test of the emergency alert system. Alright. So, the PCD and HPR will both be removed. Alright. Now for Alaska.
Test for all of Alaska.
While we're at it, let me see if any more.
6:12 p.m. A required weekly test has been issued for all of Alaska. This is only a test log on.
Alright. Right below it is HPR. That pause is too long. Gap. Start over. And that's the end of that. Okay. Alright. Well, that was not part of the plan at all. A very disrespectful, disgraceful, and despicable act, if I may add on to that. And I see there's today's Password Plus. I see we're at the end of the nearly at the end of the season already. And of course, there has to be a silver alert every single day from Arizona. And that's like the only state that actually does silver alerts over iPause. Alright, well, we're gonna get Tampa here, so... What the heck happened to KHB 32? Well, let's hope this receives it all the way. Now, at least we'll get it on there, so... And then I see we have some Comcast to go back on, so we'll take care of those next. Oh, now what?
White hair with brown eyes. Ascension was last seen wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, black
Finished.
and prescription black. He left on foot from the
Oh, that sounds like it's on the new one. Sumterville.
Arizona, Maricopa County today. If you have contact with this silver alert, please call 911. Monitor.
So we'll do all three. So we're going to do all three together as a package. Alright, this one is Tampa coming next. Alright, now that I've left this on the charger for quite some time, oh, here is the Borealis. The other one heading to Chicago. $16.02. There's when 3 finally came. And that law enforcement warning is coming next. There we go. And nothing saying on that. Okay, so the only thing left to see now is builder number 7, and that will be it.
The civil authorities have issued a beginning at 6:01 p.m. and ending at 8:01 p.m. In Flagstaff Police Department, West 4th Meadow Street is closed.
And then once we get this all put together, or all caught up, I should say, we'll try to see how we can make use of that time that was unlawfully lost. As that time was supposed to be continuing on with Monopoly. But regardless, we probably would have had to stop the game later on anyway because of the fact that Monopoly a majority of the time takes forever to fully complete, to fully finish. Yeah, there's still going to be a few more IPOS tests then that's left over.
This is a required weekly test. This is not a Kitson test. VLC media player window.
Alright, well at least we know which one's Kitson. Alright, so it's gonna be this one. Alright, so it's just gonna be these 3. Okay, good. So these 3 Comcasts and nothing more. Oh no. Oh no, I see Cox Southern California. Well, we're gonna do that next too, so. But otherwise, that is all of it. We are all caught up now with everything. Now for this one. Like I said, we're gonna play catch up here and then we'll well, I guess that iKing clip would sort of serve as like a head start. Crickets. Huh. I like that. Wow, that thing is slow. All right. We're gonna let Orange, California do the honors of going first.
You just won. You did it. Congratulations. Team show. Tell everybody. Your mom, your dad, your granny, your dog. Oh, me. Yeah, we did it. You know, everyone. Oh, you. You got it. You did it. Oh, scream, shout. Tell everybody. Your mom, your dad, your granny, your dog. Oh, yeah. You just won one. You did it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Eyes don't deceive you. That is.
Oh, where was that other one? I know it's gonna be one of these. Ah, sure. Almighty sound effects lady. Are all 5 of those in the puzzle? Let's see how that one goes. Let's try it now. Let's see how this thing reacts.
Effects lady. All 5 of those in the puzzle.
That is great. That is great. Oh, goodness. That's as far as it goes, apparently. Because apparently it doesn't go any farther than that. What a shame. What a shame. Otherwise, I think that's it. I don't know what the hell is up with the secondary today, as it hasn't logged anything since yesterday morning. And like I said, we're just seeing what stations in St. Louis test. That's all I want to know. And apparently, Eureka, California fucked up their weekly again. They sent it out as a monthly by accident. Yeah, they sent it out as a monthly by mistake with the NWR test, with their usual NWR test message. I don't know why, but that was pretty late too, so. What was that again? That was 3 o'clock. It was like 1 p.m. Pacific that they eventually did their test. But they were not supposed to do it as a monthly. They were supposed to do it as a weekly. Like everybody else. I've seen Del Norte I have seen Eureka frequently make that mistake. What time was this one? 4:13. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and throw Cox right in there. And we're going to do it in the same fashion that we did the last time. Where
where this Orange County thing does 3 Cox messages at once. I don't know why, but it's not necessary. So we're just going to cut that message completely off since it's the same thing, basically. This should be all of it. At least Santa Barbara did it the right way. Well, what supposedly is the right way to do it. I understand.
To the test. To the test. This is a
Oh wait, this actually came first, so. So again, once I am all caught up with these Comcasts and they're all in the right spot, we'll try to make up all that time that we did not expect to lose, that we lost from a chore that was not part of the plan today. If he told me further in advance, then we would have done Monopoly earlier. But you know what? Then again, I'm still proud that we have reached. But I'm still, nevertheless, proud of what we've achieved so far today. So 3:17. What was the timestamp on this one? Oh wait, that's Central Time. Wait a minute. 3:18. And this is 3:17. Okay, there we go.
today.
Well, at least he has Sumterville in there. That's good. Just the letter N. That's it. Nothing more. And good thing there isn't anything else after that. Otherwise, that would clearly express my outrage from earlier. Okay, we are all up to date now with everything. Now, since dinner is probably going to get cooking much earlier, before we do what we're going to do next, no, we're not going to do that one. I think that's going to be a little too crazy to even attempt to replicate.
I said you like VLC medium.
There's one that said, just between you and me, I don't think you wanted your turn anyways. That was the one I was looking for.
Let's see. Because well, you can go ahead and pick up. Let's have a little talk real quick. I'm going to
Well, Lord, heck.
That's a freight. Alright, well, until I can find it, this will take until I can find it, this will take over.
It's going to cost you a lot of money. Let's have a little talk real quick.
Okay, I think I cut some part of it off. Okay, yeah, there we go. I see I cut that off. Try to cut all this off here. There we go. This will be for the first clip until I can find until I can find that one clip in question. Because I remember it was one of these. Alright, well, I'll keep going through.
That's unfortunate. The category is consider yourself paid. There are the category is event. The category. 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 The category is people. The category is person. The category is. The category is. The category is places. The category is quotation. The category is rhyme. The category is star. The category is actress and role. The category is mega work. Well, what? You're a lot. Are you paying attention? That.
Oh, perfect timing, because Reno's about to go through. Still working my way there, but
The category. The category. The category. The category. The category. The category is. The category. The category is make believe. The category. Hey, dude. They. Oh. Well, aren't you? Play. Play. That's what I mean.
I don't think it's in this archive. I don't think the clip is in this archive. Oh well. That other clip that I said I would do is gonna be the best we'll be able to get out of it. It's alright. Yeah. Oh, that was Builder. It's Builder number 8. That's Builder number 8 from earlier. From earlier this afternoon when I was going back on Detroit Lakes for it. Wow, very late today. I guess I misinterpreted the length. I must have misinterpreted the length. I thought it was a freight. But I still completely forgot about how Builder number 8 was very late today. So now that it's through Oconomowoc, its next stop will be Milwaukee, which I believe Builder number 8 is already on. 7 is already on its way, so now they gotta route Builder number 8 down this short one-track stretch. You know what I think Canadian Pacific should do? They should actually double track. They should double track the line through Oconomowoc. That would add more capacity. That would really add more capacity, I gotta say.
Well, I guess that could make for good use of time. Just look on Google Maps and things. And, yeah, and things like that. Alright, so if we go up north here, here's Milwaukee, and then here's Oconomowoc. Here is the... And then right here is where 2 tracks becomes 1. Just 1. Just 1 track. You know, I think it'd be much better. You know, I think it would be great if Canadian Pacific double-tracked this entire stretch. Be nice if this stretch was double-tracked. And here's Concord Road, the crossing of some of those. This is an interesting little railroad sign, pedestrian sign. It's used on both sides, actually on all sides. I wonder where they got this from, or I wonder who designed this. But I like this. I like this little. I like the design of that sign. You know, it'd be nice if my town had that. But then after this, then it goes back to. Oh no, this doesn't. This continues as a single track, and then goes back to double track right here. So yeah, it would be nice if Canadian Pacific double-tracked the whole section through Oconomowoc, but what I'm thinking is with the proximity, you know what? I think for what this looks like, actually double-tracking the line may actually be possible. But that would come with a cost, though. That would mean a lot of this old railroad crossing equipment would either have to be moved or replaced to accommodate for the second track. And this was June of 2024, so this was taken about a month after CP 2816 came through to celebrate the merger with Kansas City Southern. But even though it's now known as CPKC, I'm still gonna use the Canadian Pacific name because that name is still present on a lot of the other locomotives. Because Canadian Pacific is still prominent on a lot of their locomotive equipment. So yeah. I mean, it would be really nice. It would be really nice. Again, it would be really nice if Canadian Pacific double-tracked the whole section. You know, considering the numerous amount of trains that come through here each day. I think for when I looked at the Railroad Signals website, it was like only 21 or something. Well, let me show you. So we'll go down to Wisconsin. Oconomowoc will be at the bottom of this list. Here's Silver Lake Road. 21 as of 2018. It may have changed, but there was the only video he got. Well, I guess I understand why CP only did not double track this stretch. Because there's barely any train. Well, there's only 21 trains that come through here per day, so. But what's interesting here is that the information, part of the information on this crossing is incorrect. Because it says here that there is a Western Cone Hayes E-Bell here. Well, that is according to the pictures that he provides. But when it comes to when we look from the live webcam, that's a GS Type 3. So I guess then Tommy BNSF might have just taken those pictures and might not have returned. So it's probably not going to be for a while until he gets back and makes some new information about this crossing. So yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know if he'll ever come back to a Carnival Walk and get some new footage for it. But I guess only time will tell if he'll ever return there or not. Was that Amtrak 8 being given the clearance? I believe so. As it starts out all the way. Yeah, it starts all the way back. As I've shown you earlier. I see YouTube TV and Fox were in a contract dispute that they reached a deal at the last minute, which is great. So I guess now everybody on YouTube TV can see tonight's editions of Gordon Ramsay's Secret Service and whatever else they're going to come on with tonight. The screen nearly went black. That was not from the video, I know that for sure. Oh, what was this bird up to? We didn't do that earlier, did we? It's already Thursday over in Japan. But it's already the Thursday morning rush over there. What the heck are these noises? I have not heard any noises out of this bird like that before. And that's the end of it. Ah, no. Let's see, Trains and Games was out in Naperville on August 6th. Which was of course the same day I was there. Now this I did not see. Well, I actually saw the same consist, but it was earlier in the day. That I saw, Zephyr number 5, but not this one. It was actually a meet, if I remember correctly. Ooh. Wellington. And that's the end of it. Nothing else special. Disappointing. Okay. Now, with that business over with, let's return to the... Oh, here comes the builder. Here comes builder number 7. Here comes builder number 7. I just saw the gates lower. That's that. That's all the Amtrex. Alright. Alright, so that's the end of that. Now, back to touring this little town. 992. Alright. So that's a signal that that's done. Alright. Now, let's continue on. So, earlier in the show, I talked about the Landmark Inn, which is where I'm looking to have dinner in later in September, which I'm planning a Rofang compilation on. I showcased the weekend schedule for the North Central service, which is right near there. So we're going to just look at their menu, because I don't think I showed the menu on screen, but I did look at the menu separately earlier. So we got cheeseburger fries. That's interesting. Fries topped with ground beef, cheddar cheese, tomato, lettuce. Got chicken fingers. They got quesadillas. They got quesadillas there too. But what I'm thinking of going with is, well, you guessed it, the mozzarella sticks. And by this point, I've pretty much learned my lesson from when I saw just mozzarella. I thought it was mozzarella sticks, but no, it was that white block of cheese. Yeah, I was wrong. There's other salads that they've got, along with their soup of the day. Then here's all the sandwiches they got. They've got all your sandwiches here. Quite expensive. But then here's all your burgers. Patty melts. Grilled onions and American cheese. Yeah, I'm thinking about going for the patty melt again. Because when I went to that one place in Downers Grove, it was actually after a separate Real Fanning episode. It was when I was taking that micro home with me. was that place we went to afterward? Main Street. What was it? Three Course Grill. That's it. That's the place. Three Corners. That was the place in question. So, if I pull up the menu of that, let's switch it to the Downers Grove location. I just want to view the menu. That's all I want to see. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. So we just put the menu, and now here we go. Here's the PDF file of the entire menu of the place. This was what I got when I was there. The patty melts, of course. But this one had Swiss cheese. It had Swiss cheese on it. But you know what? That's fine. As long as it was pretty much the same experience, it was actually good. It was a good patty melt, and I enjoyed it. Although I could have gotten a burger instead, but oh well, at least I enjoyed the patty melt. And then here's some other items on the menu. There's all their kids' stuff. Alright, we'll head back to the Landmark Inn and continue looking at their menu. I've also got a burger of the week. They've also got a burger of the week? I've never heard of the burger of the week. But then here's some other, and then here's the wraps. So here's all the wraps they got, along with some sides. There's all their ribs and entrees, and then they've got retro menu. So I'm guessing this are, so this is the retro menu. I'm guessing this is a legacy choice option, I'm thinking. So the quarter-pound burger with fries, and then this is a hamburger. This is grilled ham and cheese, lunch special, chicken finger and fries. And then there's some desserts here, like cake balls. And then there's a molten chocolate cake along with their dessert of the week. And we can view the PDF, which is pretty much the same thing. But essentially, this is the kind of menu that you're going to get when when you're actually at the place. At the place, getting settled in and getting ready to order. So. Then if I go back to the main page, and this time go to Northbrook, North Chicago, Northbrook, here we go. This is the crossing in question. Now, this crossing has actually, it looks like the details on this have also not since been updated. This was as of 2018, and this page has not been updated. Well, it hasn't been updated much. There is actually a Siemens eBell now on both signals. Because on both signals now, there's a Siemens high-tone eBell. These pictures are from 2018 when that mechanical bell was still there, but I don't think it works. And here's the Lincoln Industries cantilever with that giant gate. And then the all rubber. Well, some parts of this document might still be the case, but of course, lots of things with that crossing have changed. And so are the surroundings, of course. I mean, a lot of my surroundings, have changed quite a lot in recent years. Like, for example, right here. Here's I-294. And here it is in the new widening. and you can see right here, this is going to be the I-490. This is going to be the I-490 toll road that will provide western access to O'Hare Airport. And we can see further construction here on Franklin Avenue, which is going to be where one of the access points will be. I suppose it's going to follow this this whole stretch. I suppose it's going to follow. Yeah, we can see here's where it's going to connect to Irving Park Road. And then of course the biggest ordeal is right here. Wait, that's 2021. I guess that's the latest date they've got. Oh well. But we can look at it from the aero perspective. So there you can see this is where the western part of O'Hare. So this will not only be the connection to I-490, but also this is where the western terminal of O'Hare Airport is being constructed, sort of to expand the capacity of the biggest and busiest airport in the entirety of Chicagoland. As this is where pretty much a lot of airlines come out of. You can see O'Hare is pretty busy, but then there's a Hilton right here, near the airport at the gate. But in just a moment, I'll compare that from the distance of our final Hampton of the Seattle trip, and how much time we only spent there. But I'll continue in just a second. So yeah, there's the west. This is where the western terminal of O'Hare is going to be, and then here's what will be the interchange with the Elgin O'Hare Tollway, as it's called. See, it says tollway ends. We can see here. This is where the terminus currently is of Illinois Route 390. And see, it says it ends and all traffic must leave at Route 83. But essentially right here, this will serve as a frontage road. So this will kind of serve as a frontage road to continue providing connections to businesses and to continue providing connections to businesses and other places of Centrals. And then here's where I'm assuming this would connect to, this here will be the connection to the interchange with I-490. And then right here, so right here will be the other side of Interstate 490. And see, exit 74 has kind of been turned around a bit. But I mean, wow, this area has like completely evolved. So let's backtrack to April of 2012. This is what was here before. The Des Plaines Oasis on the Des Plaines Oasis Pavilion on I-90. Fast forward to September, and then October 2015. Here we go. the entire pavilion got removed. That was part of when the Jane Addams was being expanded, because it too needed an expansion. Here it is nearly finished, and then it's 2017. This is the final configuration, but they kept the main Oasis structures as they were. However, they had to get rid of the pavilion to accommodate for the construction. Then we go to 2018. And then 19. Look at that. Huge change. The Des Plaines Oasis is gone. It has been shuttered. And this is the beginning of the vertical construction of the bridges that are going to link Interstate 490 to I-90. But then, of course, this will be in a typical trumpet cloverleaf-like fashion. Now, this actually, I believe, is the exact same style of interchange that's being used that is on I-55 going to northbound I-294. Well, yeah, pretty much, as you can see. Let's see, I don't think I can turn this around. Well, that's disappointing. But yeah, you can see the two interchange designs look pretty similar. Yeah, they both look pretty similar, don't they? You can see there, that's the loop that links I-55. That links I-55 and 294. Well, that's 55. Well, that's actually traffic from. That's actually traffic from I-55 going to northbound 294, and then traffic from southbound 294 connecting to I-55. But then, of course, there's a separate ramp that connects I-55 north to southbound 294. But then, of course, there's that loop ramp that was adjusted for to accommodate for the widening. But this interchange has just mainly remained the same. But this kind of ramp is actually going to be utilized with the new interchange with I-290, 290 west to northbound 294. But I don't know what they're going to do about this loop ramp with I-294 northbound and I-55 southbound. I wonder what they're going to do about that. Are they just going to keep this ramp as it is? Because I heard the loop ramp on 290 has caused a whole lot of slowdowns, and it's terrible. But I wonder if these pictures have ever been... Oh, wow. They've actually been updated. I was wondering if these pictures were ever going to get an update. But yeah. And see, with this thing here, lots have changed. I mean, look at it. This is a brand new... This is a completely new playground, and this splash park is also completely new. And see, this is, I believe, what starts it, and then there's all the water spray cannons that turn around. I don't know if those are buckets. I don't think I saw. But we can go back to 2018. This is what it looked like before. I was here when it was like this, but if we continue a bit further up, or let's try to see if we can, close enough. Here, I'll just keep moving. Ah, there we go. Now, this playground was kinda prehistoric themed, I guess I could say. It was prehistoric themed. There's the palm right there. And then we fast forward to April 25. Look at the playground now. Completely transformed. That prehistoric structure, gone. That prehistoric structure pretty much went extinct. And we can see, wow, they have done a whole lot of work on this. But unfortunately, that was April of 2025, so there was no real trace of anything else. But yeah, there you go. Here's more instances of the prehistoric theming. So there's that there. There's another palm tree there. I think those are the only two on this entire structure. Well, yeah, I enjoyed my time here, you know, when this was still there. But yeah, this is what it looks like now, and I think let's see what kind of pictures have showed up of this new. So yeah, there's the tunnel. This is one of those spinning things. Those are picnic benches. This is September 2023, so this thing has been here for quite some time, actually quite a few years. But it wasn't until just recently that people finally got some updated pictures and documentation of the structure, or of the structures inside of this park. Let's see if, let's actually look and see if any other parks around here have been updated. There's this. Let's see. So, here's Highland School, and this playground has actually not been updated from the latest reports that I've last seen. For some reason, some schools in Illinois don't even, in fact, the majority of the schools in this region, from what I've seen, don't even have swings at all. But speaking of playground updates, let's head over to the Lawn of Oaks and see if more updated pictures have come in from one of the other schools here. It's this one, Lee Park it's called. And no changes other than the construction footage from August of 2024. Let's continue a bit down 91st when we come up to Matthew Elementary, or whatever that place is called. Oh, I think we passed it already, didn't we? Harnu. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Harnu. And as we can see, we do have finally some new pictures of. We have some pictures of the new park. Now, I've been to this park many, many times in the past. But let me show you the massive transformation it went through. Here's what it was like in October of 2018. This was actually quite a nice design of a play structure. But, I mean, those stairs right there, that was a pretty short length. But I like the small arch there, and this too. But then, there wasn't even a playground here. There was just a little blacktop. But then, when we move forward to March, look at it now. Look at it. Completely transformed. That pretty much looks like the exact same buckle bridge that is pretty much seen at my park, and a whole lot of other parks too that I've seen recently rebuilt. And I can see this picture was taken during dismissal, I can tell. And this was what that blacktop was replaced with. For some reason there's a ring there. I don't know why that's there. I haven't seen it there in recent weeks, or I just haven't been paying attention, but whatever. But yeah, this is what the other playground looks like, so. But at least this time they actually added swings, which is pretty good. And I'm assuming these updates do not change the playground that's on the other side of the school. Yep, we can see that structure was left unchanged. Yeah, you can barely see behind the houses, but yeah, that structure has not changed at all. It has stayed the same. But yeah, there's just a bunch of random pools. I've actually been kind of thinking about having one at my grandparents'. You know what it'd be like? They do have one. I mean, it's just a dream, but it's gonna cost a lot of money to make a reality for sure. Not just that, but of course all the constant maintenance. But not just that, but of course all the constant maintenance that comes along with it. Not just that, but of course all the constant maintenance and upkeep that comes along with it. Let's at myself. Yay, I can at myself. A face rig model. You can think. Oh, cool. Let's see if he calls. But anyway, so yeah, a lot of Lawn of Oaks pictures have finally been updated for 2025, including that new siren over here at Covington. And we can continue along 52nd Avenue. That's 2017, 2019, and here we go. March of 2025. We can see the Southwest service is fine as it is, as long as it's 2 tracks. But I mean, 2 tracks are kind of the standard for Metra, except for a few. It'd be nice if they double tracked the entire Southwest service, past Orland Park. It'd be nice though. They probably should have done that when they redid 159th Street. They should have done that. But I'm a bit disappointed they didn't, but I understand. I understand why that is, but that this part of the line. Didn't I take that station out? Did I take that station out? Oh, from Cairo. Oh, that's a completely different one. I thought it was KIRO out of Washington. It kind of sounded like that. Well, I guess that's good to know that the thing is working. Did I hear that dinner's ready? I know we're supposed to have a really good meal this evening.
I want it today. VLC Media Player window. Little Froggy. VLC Media Player window. Whatever floats your boat. VLC Media Player window.
Effects, Leggy. Are all 5 of those in the puzzle?
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Alright. So since dinner is literally sitting right there, let's get ready to mess around with this. I think putting in the interchange alongside this would be the best. The best thing to do.
Major reason traffic backs up.
Control. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Items view list. Navigate. Items view. August 27. Opening parenthesis. Closing parenthesis. Items view list. Screen recording. Exiting narrator.
Okay, David Desktop. That's enough of the parentheses.
Okay, David Desktop. That's enough of the parentheses.
And we are approaching the 12-hour mark,